I'm grateful for all of the partners that have come in today, once again, to show how much Atlanta is a caring community. You know, we have families that are hurting, that they are trying to take care of housing and food and making sure that all family members have safe winter clothing, clean winter clothing. These are brand new coats, and we want the community to know that they don't have to be without. We have food giveaways, and now we are having a coat giveaway for families in need.
Welcome to Stay at Home Connect. I'm Phyllis Jackson.
Governor Brian Kemp says if recent trend lines with Operation Warp Speed continue, as well as the partnership with CVS and Walgreens, he expects all residents in Georgia nursing homes will be vaccinated by the end of January. If not, he says the state will step in to make sure this mission is complete, as seniors are the most vulnerable to severe illness or death from coronavirus. But he says there's still a long way to go, as many local health departments have been inundated with Georgians hoping to schedule their vaccines.
We have 1.3 million seniors and 536,000 healthcare workers in Georgia. Second, we are allocated 120,000 vaccines per week. 40,000 of those are immediately withheld from the state and sent to CVS and Walgreens to vaccinate our nursing home staff and residents through the federal program Operation Warp Speed. That leaves only 80,000 doses per week for vaccinating the expanded 1A criteria, or roughly 11,500 doses per day.
Governor Kemp says phone lines will be busy and websites will certainly crash, as there are simply more Georgians who want the vaccine than can get it. Governor Kemp says for providers that have signed a contract with the state and have been reserving doses, the state will take possession of those doses to ensure that vaccinations continue. He's urging Georgians to be patient. A quick glance at the websites of Fulton County and DeKalb County health departments asks the public for patience, as appointments for this week are currently filled. Phase 1 prioritizes the following eligible groups: healthcare workers, long-term care facility residents and staff, adults over the age of 65 and their caregivers, as well as first responders, law enforcement, and firefighters. If you're looking to get vaccinated, but you're not quite sure where to go, Georgia's Department of Public Health has set up a COVID-19 vaccine locator on its website. You can go to dph.georgia.gov to find a rundown of sites in your county.
This is Chief Rodney Bryant. I'm about to take my COVID-19 vaccination shot.
Interim Police Chief Rodney Bryant is among the first Atlanta Police Department officers volunteering to get the Pfizer vaccine at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. The video is posted to the department's Facebook page. Bryant says a survey revealed there are several hundred police officers who want to take the shot. Some members of Atlanta Fire Rescue and the city's public safety employees, which are assigned to Hartsfield-Jackson Airport, also have the opportunity to roll up their sleeves and get the vaccine if they so desire. In-person learning plans have shifted in some Georgia school districts. Cobb, Henry, DeKalb, and Cherokee County among those temporarily going back to remote learning due to the surge in coronavirus cases. Cherokee County has canceled in-person learning for all of its schools until the 19th of January. Atlanta City Council member Andre Dickens organizes and takes part in a virtual panel discussion focused on preventing youth crime. The panelists include Fulton County Sheriff Pat Labatt, Fulton County District Attorney Fannie Willis, and Next Level Boys Academy founder Gary Davis. Some of the topics from the evening event address the root causes of youth crime and effective intervention.
That's a wrap. We'll see you on the next edition of Stay at Home Connect.
Some of these individuals, these young men, 20 years old, facing 77 years, aggravated assault and having a weapon in their hand, and some of these crimes just triple and double, And these individuals have had to serve time, but they're in a program, a mentoring program like the Next Level Boys Academy that's changing their lives, that shows them there's a better way, and they don't have to do these things anymore, and that they can take life in their own hands by going out there and learning how to cut grass, get a job, and they're better for it. Their wants and their needs are now known, so they don't have to go after things that they want and taking it from someone else. They can go after the things that they need, work hard for it, and keep working to get the things that they want. This is now a wonderful thing. And here at the gathering spot, they gave us the space, the opportunity to do it. And at the end of it, they're even offering some of these young men jobs. And some of the business community needed to hear that because they can also continue to offer these young men jobs. And that's one thing that's going on here. And that's why we wanted to do it, to show that there's a pathway out of poverty, and there's a pathway out of some of these poor choices that young men make. And right now, we heard from the DA, we heard from the sheriff, and we talked about solutions. And we're going to keep doing that discussion as we make policies and plans to improve.
I'm grateful for all of the partners that have come in today, once again, to show how much Atlanta is a caring community. You know, we have families that are hurting, that they are trying to take care of housing and food, and making sure that all family members have safe winter clothing, clean winter clothing. These are brand new coats, and we want the community to know that they don't have to be without. We have food giveaways, and now we are having a coat giveaway for families in need.
A deadly pandemic brings the nation and the world to its knees. The novel coronavirus, later termed COVID-19, would headline our sentences and dictate the way we lived our lives. A suspicious illness with initial symptoms of cough, fever, and shortness of breath. Once considered a COVID-related pneumonia in Wuhan, China, only a few dozen cases at the time. Then Thailand, and Japan, and soon the United States. Atlanta-based Centers for Disease Control begins COVID screenings at 3 U.S. airports, where flights from Wuhan were the most populated. Later in January, the CDC confirmed its first case in Washington state, then established a team to investigate. In February, the United States declares a public health emergency after the World Health Organization announces the same globally. In March, the Georgia Department of Public Health reports that a Bartow County resident is Georgia's first COVID-19 related death. Mid-March saw a major shift as the governor closes K-12 and post-secondary schools and issues his first shelter-in-place order. Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms issues a telework protocol for city employees and would soon close City Hall to essential and non-essential employees, turning a bustling City Hall into this, a quiet, nearly empty building. The race for national vaccine and COVID-19 testing was now well underway. There was still so much unknown. We had a lot to figure out. Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms establishes a pandemic coordination team to outline the city's strategic plan.
5, 6, 7, 8. We will begin. I call the meeting to order.
Atlanta City Council meetings left the chamber to find a new temporary virtual home. Town halls would be remote. Senior walk events would be executed via computer. Even the planting of trees would be done while masked and socially distanced. The mayor issues an executive order creating a $7 million emergency fund to help those impacted by the virus. Food programs, help for the homeless, small business support, and help for others adversely impacted. Congress passes the CARES Act, providing emergency relief checks to Americans as the United States registers 100 deaths from COVID. 4 firefighters with Atlanta Fire Rescue test positive for COVID-19. Sergeant Cortez Stafford tells us the virus led Chief Randall Slaughter to issue a state of emergency.
Some of the administrative duties have been reassigned to make sure we have folks out there in the field available to respond to calls. And I think that's important because we have to anticipate that we ourselves, the fire department, may have members that are affected by the coronavirus.
New protocols would be implemented for interaction with firefighters, police, and EMTs. Everything had changed. Unemployment rates spike, with the hospitality industry taking the largest hit.
Before you recover, you have to, endure. And that's what businesses are doing right now, is they're trying to make plans to endure what we're going through.
April, May, and June would see a combination of slowdowns and surges in cases, those also disproportionately impacting communities of color. Despite the restrictions, the nation gathered in protest upon the death of 46-year-old George Floyd, an African-American man who was killed as a Minneapolis police officer placed his knee on his neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. Protests are believed to be connected to an increase in COVID cases. As hospitals became overwhelmed, there were shortages of ventilators, face shields, masks, and other important personal protective equipment. People from across the country would begin making masks for themselves and others. Councilmember Jennifer Ide and family would even join in to help, and Emory would engage in a major clinical trial involving a COVID-19 vaccine from Moderna and a drug called remdesivir.
Hello, I'm Atlanta City Councilmember Howard Shook. Did you know the United States has been counting its population since 1790?
The 2020 census enacts COVID-19 protocols and extends its deadline. New protocols are established for pregnant women. Dr. Anthony Fauci warns that new COVID cases could hit 100,000 per day. July saw scientists confirming that airborne particles played a role in the virus's transmission, prompting the World Health Organization to acknowledge it publicly. Florida becomes the epicenter of the virus. Civil rights icons John Lewis and C.T. Vivian pass away. And our own Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, her husband, and 2 family members test positive for COVID-19. Atlanta City Council members would continue in their mission to help those in need by providing community food drives and drive-up grocery events. In August, the FDA issues emergency use authorization for convalescent plasma, and COVID becomes the 3rd leading cause of death.
We have surge planning. We have COVID.
Good afternoon. It is now 1 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Felicia Moore, your president of Atlanta City Council, welcoming you to our full council meeting today, Tuesday, January 19th, 2021. Mr. Clerk, can we have a roll call, please?
Yeah. President Felicia A. Moore.
Present.
Council members, Post 1 at large, Michael Julian Bond. Post 2 at large, Matt Westmoreland. Here. Post 3 at large, Andre Dickens. Here. Council District 1, Carla Smith.
Here.
Council District 2, Amir Faroki. Here. Council District 3, Antonio Brown.
Here.
Council District 4, Cleta Winslow.
Present.
Council District 5, Madeline Mosby Archibald. Council District 6, Jennifer N. Ide.
Here.
Council District 7, Howard Shook.
Aye.
Council District 8, J.P. Matsakai. Council District 9, Dustin Hillis. Here. Council District 10, Andrea L. Boone.
Present.
Council District 11, Marcy Collier Overstreet.
Present.
Council District 12, Joyce M. Shepherd. Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Since we did not have everyone to respond, is there anyone that has joined us since we started the roll call? Okay, Mr. Clerk, we will do the adoption of the agenda by vote on the machine. That way I'm sure who's all on the system. And so I will entertain a motion to adopt the agenda with the following notation. One, we will take a brief recess after the adoption of the agenda so that the Committee on Council can handle its business regarding its vice chair. And then we will go into a committee of the whole for the Committee on Council during standing committees. And finally, we will have an executive session with the Law Department for update on legal matters after the introduction of immediate and papers to be referred to committee. So with that, I will entertain a motion to adopt the agenda as noted.
So moved, Brown. Second, Massacite.
Bond is
Motion by Brown, second by Massacite. Bond is present. So let's open the vote on the adoption of the agenda.
Please hold. Please continue to hold.
Mr. Clerk, this is Councilmember Winslow. I'm voice voting at the appropriate time.
Okay, I'll call on you,
Madam President.
Also, Madam
The seconder was Massacite, and Mr. Bond is present.
Yeah, I'm having difficulty logging on to the system.
Okay, I'll get you, Mr. Bond.
The vote is now open.
Okay, Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Faroki? Okay, Mr. Bond?
Aye.
Mr. Westmoreland?
I'm in favor and also having some difficulties.
Sure. Mr. Massacite second the motion. So are you still in favor, Mr. Massacite?
Yes, Madam President.
And Ms. Overstreet is listed as the seconder, although she did not do that. Are you in favor, Ms. Overstreet?
Yes, affirmative.
All votes are cast.
You didn't ask for Archibong, and I vote yes.
Okay, I didn't see you come up as not voting, so I think your vote is in the system, or did you not?
I'm having problems with that. No.
Yeah, I see that there are several people. Anyone else need to vote? Ms. Archibong is in the affirmative. Anyone else need to vote?
Ms. Moore, I'm present. This is Shepherd.
Okay, Ms. Shepherd is voting yes. So I see that we're having issues populating. So we have Mr. Bond's vote. Ms. Ide, how do you vote?
Oh, I'm sorry. I voted on the system, but yes.
Okay, good. I think we just need to populate Winslow, Massacite, Archibong, Bond, and Westmoreland. Okay? We're waiting on them to populate the vote.
Duly noted. The vote is now closed. Populating vote. The vote is now closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The agenda is adopted. We do have a little gremlin in our system, and I'm sure we'll try to work it out as we can everyone's picture is not displaying, but it was unanimous. So now we will go to my remarks. I just wanted to say that I hope everyone had a good holiday yesterday, celebrating the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. I know many of us took a day on of service, and I'm sure the community appreciates that. The inauguration of the President and Vice President-elect Joe Biden and Kamala Harris is tomorrow at noon, and I think all of us are aware of that as well. Again, just to remind people that the cases of COVID-19 are still high in Georgia, and despite the arrival of the vaccine, we certainly asked and encouraged everyone to remain diligent in following the safety guidelines. Today, on our moment of silence, we are remembering Jane Smith, a scholar and devoted teacher, mentor, and administrator who attended a Spelman Run nursery as a child, then graduated as a student in 1968, then retired as a staffer in the late 1970s, and again from 2004 to 2019. She was hired and appointed by the likes of Coretta Scott King, Presidents Jimmy Carter and Bill Clinton, and former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright. Jane Smith passed away on December 12th. Condolences also go out to our dear Reverend Gerald Durley in the passing of his wife of 50 years. Miss Mariel Durley, who passed away on January 8th. Miss Durley was a former educator, and she will be missed by many. We extend our prayers to the entire Durley family and the Providence Missionary Baptist Church family, where she served as First Lady. Durandis Pace, the eldest sister of Atlanta's own appointed Pace Sisters gospel singing group, has passed away at 62. Let us lift up this family in prayer as their mother, Miss Betty Ann Pace, passed away just 6 months ago in July 2020. We thank you for sharing your music and know that we share in your loss. Our condolences and prayers are with you during this difficult time. I'm also acknowledging the passing of Miss Madeline Ricks Winfrey, who passed on January 10th at the age of 90. Our thoughts and prayers are with her daughters, Miss Oida Collins and their entire family. And lastly, we remember Miss Judith Combs, a compassionate coalition builder who was a longtime advocate for kids with learning disabilities, the LGBTQ community, and those battling AIDS. Judy died on January 5th of complications from COVID-19. Our prayers go to her daughters, Sandy and Allison, and the Combs family. And I will take any council members now who have people to add, and we will do the recess after the invocation. I'm sorry, I missed that. If there's no objection. Ms. Boone.
Yes, I would like to offer condolences to the family of the late Shelley B. Stanley. Mr. Stanley was a longtime city employee, a civic and community leader. Our condolences go out to his wife, Claudia, and their 2 sons who are city employees, Anthony Stanley and Mark Stanley. They have given so much to this community, and we want to let them know that this community loves them, and we are here for them. They live in the Audubon Forest community. Honoring Shelley Stanley. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boone. Anyone else? Okay, hearing no other names to be added, we certainly add those that we know and those that we do not know in our Atlanta family who have lost a loved one. So let's enter into a moment of silence on said names and those names which we have not called. So now we will go to our invocation. We have Reverend Hansel Hernandez Garcia, Associate Pastor of Engagement and Mission from Central Presbyterian Church.
Central Presbyterian Church is grateful for this invitation. Let us now pray together. God of refuge and strength, sustainer of the universe and divine healer, we give you thanks and praise for the gift of life and for the blessings you pour out upon us this day. You have gathered us here safe and sound to make decisions on behalf of our community. We are grateful for the leaders present in this meeting and for their higher calling of doing justice, loving mercy, and walking humbly with you, O God. Provide us with wisdom to govern amid the conflicting interests and critical issues we currently face. Shine your light upon us. Give us a bold vision of unity and collective welfare. May we find confidence in your grace to do what is right as we work for a better future where the marginalized and destitute of our society find hope, redemption, and life abundantly. May the work that is set before us benefit not ourselves but everyone in the city of Atlanta. God of hope, guide us with courage and kindness. In the holy name of Jesus Christ we pray. Amen.
Thank you so much, Reverend Garcia. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. A pleasure.
Yes. So everyone, if we will now recite our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I am on mute. I was talking. I'm so sorry. So at this time, the chair will entertain a motion on unanimous consent, hopefully, to enter into a brief recess so the Committee on Council can hold a special called meeting.
So moved, Masticate.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second, Brown.
Okay, on unanimous consent, if there's no objection, we have now recessed the meeting, and I will turn it over to the Chair of Committee on Council to conduct his special meeting. Mr. Mascott.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to welcome everyone today to this special meeting convened for the purpose of electing our 2021 Committee on Council Vice Chair. Those of you who are following along our committee assignments, we have the same committee members in 2021 as we did in 2020. Michael Julian Vaughn, Jennifer Ide, Amir Faroki, Cleta Winslow, Marcy Collier Overstreet, and Antonio Brown. I want to thank Mr. Faroki for his service as vice chair last year, and he is now the chair of the zoning committee. So I would like to adopt the agenda, which will be the election of the 2021 Committee on Council Vice Chair, and I'll make a motion to do that. Do I have a second? Second, Brown.
All right. All in favor say aye.
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 All right. The ayes have it. I did want to ask Mr. Evans if he needed to conduct a roll call for us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll do a roll call vote for the election of the vice chair.
All right, very good. Then we'll move to that next item, and that is the election of the vice chair. I'd like a
make a motion to appoint Mr. Antonio Brown to the vice chair. Do I have a second?
Second, aye.
All right. We have a motion to appoint Mr. Brown and a proper second. If you do the roll call, please, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, sir. Chair Metzger, are you still in favor?
Yes.
Councilmember Michael Julian Bond?
Aye.
Councilmember Jennifer Ive, are you still in favor?
Oh, yes, I am.
Councilmember Amir Kuroki?
Yes.
Councilmember Cleta Winslow?
In favor.
Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet?
Affirmative, yes.
Councilmember Antonio Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, it's a unanimous vote.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Evans. And thank you, Mr. Brown, for your willingness to serve. That concludes our business at this special called meeting. I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Brown.
All right. We have a second from Vice Chair Brown, and we will adjourn this meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Recess has expired, and the chair calls the meeting of the Atlanta City Council to order without objection from anyone. We have done that on unanimous consent, and we are now back into our council meeting. And now we will go to remarks by the public. Mr. Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Prior to that, I'd like to announce that unanimous consent of the entire council is 15 yeas, 0 nays currently.
Thank you, sir.
The public may leave a comment of their concerns the day before the scheduled meeting between the hours of 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. by dialing 404-330-6001. Public comments for the full council agenda shall not exceed 2 minutes. In addition to the Committee on Council, will enter the Committee of the Whole, and the public may express their concerns for the individual committee by dialing the designated number. Committee on Council, 404-330-6069. Mr. Massenberg?
Park neighborhood in Buckhead. I'm calling about the Atlanta City Detention Center, aka this new jail. I fully support closing the jail and converting it into a community center. I also oppose the Sheriff's Department plan to purchase jail. If more jails are needed by the Sheriff's Department, then they should build one in North Fulton, say Roswell or Milton. I believe the downtown area will really benefit from converting the jail into a community center. I spent 8 years working in the office in that neighborhood, and having the jail there with the bail bondsmen and the other related businesses was just a real detriment to downtown. Please get the conversion done this year. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Robin Deutsch Edwards, and I'm a resident of the city of Atlanta. I live in the Morningside neighborhood, and I'm calling to thank and applaud our city council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services, not sentences, for our community. We know the services, resources, strong communities keep us safe, not jails. And I am proud to live in a progressive city that would open up the community task force and come up with such an incredible plan. Please do not listen to the few loud voices, including Mary Norwood, who are lying. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder reimagining ACDC task force that you invested in from the community, and break ground on a center for equity. We can redeem Atlanta. We can continue to be a progressive city, continue to attract people like me who moved my family and my business to Atlanta because of the movement forward. Thank you, City Council members.
Hi, my name is Uzma Azhar, and I'm a resident of the city of Atlanta. And I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. I urge you not to listen to Mary Norwood's lies. She does not speak for all of Atlanta. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder reimagining ACDC task force, and break ground on a new center for equity and a new redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you, and have a good day.
Hi there, my name is Angela Jang. I am a resident in the city of Atlanta, specifically in the Garden Hills neighborhood in South Buckhead, District 7. I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting to determine a plan to finally close Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than prison sentences for our community. It's been a really great movement forward. I am very worried about the potential attacks to reverse this decision to close this Atlanta City Detention Center. And I urge the City Council members to not listen to outside actors, especially former City Councilwoman Mary Norwood. She does not represent the community's needs. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe and not prisons. Please stay on the course of what you promised to close the jail, implement the recommendations of the multi-stakeholder reimagining ACDC task force, and break ground on the Center for Equity. You know what to do, and we are watching. And thank you very much for your service. Thanks, and bye.
My name is Sarah O'Leary, and I'm a resident of Atlanta living in the Virginia Highlands neighborhood. And I'm calling to applaud and appreciate City Council members for meeting to determine a final plan to close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services that will help our community. I hope that you will stay the course on this and not be swayed by people who are speaking against this. We know that services, resources, and strong communities can help keep us safe and not jails. And the Atlanta City Detention Center has been basically used as a place to throw people in jail to get them out of the way. Please implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder reimagining ACDC task force and break ground on a Center for Equity and a new redeemed Atlanta. I want to be able to work on this and in support of you on this. Thank you very much.
My name is Eliza Namnoon. I am a resident of Buckhead. I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Don't listen to Mary Norwood's lies. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder reimagining ACDC task force, and break new ground on a Center for Equity and a new redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rachel Maddox, and I live in Reynoldstown.
and I'm calling to address the council about finally closing and making good on the promise to close the Atlanta City Detention Center in the spirit of Martin Luther King Day and the work that he did for the people of Atlanta and the people of the world. I think that we should honor him by finally closing the jail. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course and implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force and break ground on a Center for Equity and a new Redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Jasmine. I'm a resident of Atlanta, specifically Southwest Atlanta, and I'm calling to actually applaud City Council members for agreeing to meet tomorrow to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and to provide services rather than sentences to our community. I urge you all to not give in to Mary Norwood's demands to work with Pat Labatt to keep the jail open. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force, and break ground on a Center of Equity to build a new Redeemed Atlanta in 2021. I hope you all do this, particularly in the spirit of Martin Luther King Jr., who would have, been vehemently against, keeping this jail open, and an important figure in our history who I'm sure you all tweeted about to celebrate the day that we recognize him for. So please hold that spirit in your decision today, and please make progress in closing the jail. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Anna Harrison. I am calling to thank the City Council members for meeting to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and also provide services rather than sentences for our community. Please don't listen to Mary Norwood. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please continue with the plan to close the jail, implement recommendations for the Reimagining ACDC Task Force, and break ground on a Center for Equity and a new Redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Given that it is Martin Luther King Jr. Day today, it's important to acknowledge what ACDC has been used for. Instead of keeping our communities safe, Atlanta City Detention Center has been used for broken windows policing, the criminalization of poverty, and to keep the Atlanta Police Department in a position of power. It's important to recognize that human rights abuses by the NYPD, namely using tear gas and rubber bullets against protesters, is undergoing litigation as we speak. The Atlanta Police Department is just as guilty. Do not disrespect the memory of Atlanta's role in the civil rights movement by continuing to uphold classist and racist structures in our city.
My name is Rula Abisamra. I'm a resident of Atlanta in Cabbagetown, which is the 5th District of City Council. My council person is Madeline Archibong, and I'm calling to say thank you to City Council for meeting soon to determine a plan to close the Atlanta City Detention Center. We should be closing the jail just as planned and promised and provide services to our community instead of sentences. I want to see the Atlanta City Detention Center converted into, or even demolished and rebuilt into a community resource center, not a jail, not a coercive institution. We know that services and resources and strong communities are what keep us safe, not jails. So please stay the course, close the jail, implement the recommendations from the Reimagining ACDC Task Force, which was put together by stakeholders, and break ground on a new Center for Resources and Community in Atlanta this year. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Benita Stanley. I'm a homeowner, resident, taxpayer. I live in the Cascade area in the Ivanhoe neighborhood. I'm calling to applaud the City Council for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta Detention Center and to provide services rather than sentences for our community. Please oppose any efforts by Mary Norwood. She is not to be trusted. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course and do close ACDC. Please close the jail. We ask that you implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagine ACDC task force, which by the way I was a part of, and break ground on a new Center for Equity. Thank you so much for helping us to build towards a new regime of Atlanta in 2021. I oppose any efforts to repurpose the jail. We'd like to see it reimagined into a Center for Equity. Thank you so much. I appreciate your service. Each of you, Happy New Year and Happy Tuesday. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Rachel Commander, and I live in Reynoldstown. I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC task force, and break ground on a Center for Equity and a new Redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you.
My name is Kaylin Toomey, and I'm calling to say that the city needs to and is beholden to its community in following through on its promise to close the Atlanta City Detention Center. I think that elected officials, and most of whom, if not all, have some course of study that they've went through, and at least some real life experience, would be able to determine how police are not what the Atlanta community needs in order to move towards a safer and healthier condition. I think it's quite obvious, but if you all don't know what folks need, that would be food, that would be health care, and that would be housing, all of which y'all have actively opposed and created conditions in which it's nearly impossible, not just in the pandemic, although that's made it harder, but prior to, that was the only commitment that y'all have made is violence against this city. And so, again, I'm demanding that the Atlanta City Detention Center be closed down as a resident of Atlanta. And I want to make that as clear as possible. Y'all hear from me again at some point. Have a good day. Bye. Hello, my name is Chloe Ralston. I live in the Edgewood neighborhood in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm calling to urge you in your city council meeting to close the jail as was promised, and in its place construct a center for equity and wellness for our community, as what the people voted on and planned, because we don't need the jail anymore, especially right now. Thank you. Bye.
Good afternoon. My name is Ruby Weller-Passman. I live in Fulton County. I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Don't listen to Mary Norwood's lies. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC task force, and break ground on a Center for Equity and a new Redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Dallas Dean. I'm a local Atlanta resident. Just calling to express gratitude and support for the efforts being made to close the Atlanta Detention Center. I really appreciate that it seems like that is the direction things are moving, and hope that that continues to be the case. Thank you. Bye.
My name is Marielle Roberts. I live in 30331. I want to remind you that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. did not believe in punishing people for being poor. When you hold someone in jail because they don't have money, you betray his legacy. My children's chapel teacher at Ebenezer Baptist Church told me that I matter and my voice matters. So I am using my voice to say, close these jails and create a center for wellness and freedom. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Adrian Glover. I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Don't listen to Mary Norwood's lies, but we know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force, and break ground on a Center for Equity and a new Redeemed Atlanta in 2021.
My name is Tiffany Roberts, and I live in 30331. I do not believe remarks from Southern Center for Human Rights on why closing ACDC is the only appropriate course of action. I speak to you today as a student of nonviolent resistance, and specifically to those of you who are determined to take Atlanta backward. In 1968, Dr. King said, on some positions, cowardice asks the question, is it safe? Expediency asks the question, is it politic? Vanity asks the question, is it popular? But conscience asks the question, is it right? And there comes a time when one must take a position that is neither safe nor politic nor popular, and he must take it because conscience tells him it is right. I will not share information about effective violence reduction programs like Ceasefire in Oakland because it is clear you will not look it up. I will not share data with you from the Vera Institute about the harms of expanding pretrial detention because it is clear you will not read it. I will not tell you about the devastation caused by COVID-19 and the violence attendant to that devastation because it is clear you will dismiss it. I will not remind you of the hundreds of hours spent by community researching to reimagine ACDC by Mary Norwood, Patrick Labatt, some of the municipal court bench, Councilmember Bond, and others waited for their opportunity to sabotage the step forward for our city because it is clear you are complicit. I will not alert you to the fact that Athens and Savannah continue to implement bold policies while you all appear to be obsessed with sales tactics from 1994. Because it is clear you have no vision. Mary Norwood signed an affidavit attempting to help white supremacist seditionists overturn Fulton County election results from your constituents. Yet you legislate at the behest of her mob, and while as we speak, armed militias roam this country attempting to return to the dark ages that the likes of King led us out of. As we speak, my friends who are responsible for record voter turnout in Georgia live under detailed death threats like Medgar Evers and Fannie Lou Hamer from the very same people Norwood continues to embolden. Indeed, the same kinds of people who raided the Capitol. This is not an appeal to your conscience. This is not a call for you to have enough courage to ask whether what you are doing is right. May it be, however, a marker in time for the day in 2021 where organizers in Dr. King's hometown spend his holiday reminding you of who the change makers in our world are. They are not safe. They are not politics. They are not always popular, but I assure you they are never the likes of Mary Norwood. Thank you.
My name is Taylor Smith-Ware, and I'm a resident of Atlanta. I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Don't listen to Mary Norwood's lies. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force, and break ground on a Center for Equity and a new Redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you.
Hello, Atlanta City Council. While I'm grateful that there is a panel to address public health and safety concerns, I'm worried about the way this one is conducted. Yes, we can call in and leave a comment, but we can't actually see who is listening and taking notes. And last week, a lot of callers' concerns were either not addressed or insufficiently addressed or outright dismissed. It felt like a pre-written press conference that you shoehorned some of the comments into, but not really an opportunity for the public to change the course you had already decided on without a citizen vote. As someone who encourages civic engagement, I find this frustrating. A city is an ecosystem. It is a living thing that relies on inputs and exchanges with all its components. Ruling from the top without regard for those inputs diminishes the resiliency and health of the system and all within it. For instance, when we see rising crime, poverty, and sickness, we must address the system as a whole to get to the root cause. We cannot simply throw more police at the problem and hope it goes away. We know that a stronger social safety net allows people to flourish and make the city flourish in turn. That means resiliency, housing, unemployment insurance, education, healthcare, and nutrition. Criminalizing those who fall through the cracks will never fix the erosion caused by austerity, but instead exacerbates it. Much like the overmowing of our parks and treatment with herbicides, has caused the decline in native biodiversity and encourages the growth of invasive vines and erosion of our creek beds. Biodiversity is key, and in the ecosystem of the city, that means valuing everyone's lives and perspectives. I urge you to read some of the research on this beyond what has been compiled by police. There are cheaper and more effective ways of reducing crime that value public health and safety as a whole. I also urge you to study the policies you've already enacted. For instance, last week's presentation showed a very small number of COVID cases among jail staff and detainees, but did not indicate frequency of testing on either population, nor did it indicate the possible community spread beyond the jail. Are you actually keeping track of that? Do you have any idea how your policies contribute to community spread? Perhaps you do, but are just not being transparent. These are things we need to know if we're seriously concerned with public health and safety.
Hello, my name is Maxwell Lupersberg. I live in North Atlanta. I work for the state in supportive housing, and outside of work, I conduct research around criminal justice policy. And I want to recommend to the council to not continue considering the purchase of the Atlanta City Jail by Fulton County for additional housing of incarcerated persons. Fulton County Jail is currently at 85% of individuals only being there due to pretrial detention, and they do not need to expend that type of housing for the county, and the city doesn't need to participate in it. There are a lot of great recommendations from the community around how to repurpose that property, and I would really like for the council to pursue those ones that will support the community. Continued use of the jail for incarceration is not going to make our community safer. Thank you.
Hello, council members. My name is Jacqueline Doherty. I'm calling from East Atlanta. I'm calling to urge you to please adopt the visions of the Reimagine Task Force to close ACTC. Please stay the course on the Center for Equity. We'd really love to see these places reimagined and turn them into actuality. Please be on the right side of history and choose something that's not punitive and that's community-based and that will serve the people of Atlanta. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Megan Cutler. I live in Sylvan Hills. I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force, and break ground on a Center for Equity and a new Redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rachel Shaw, and I live in Kirkwood in Atlanta, and I'm calling to congratulate some council members on meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services and not sentences for our community. We know that jails don't help communities to thrive, nor do they keep communities safe, and do nothing really but perpetuate harm and trauma. So please stay the course to close the jail and hopefully break ground on a new Center for Equity for Atlanta. Thank you.
My name is Josh Lynch, and I live in East Point. I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. We don't need to listen to Mary Norwood. She was the same person that is pushing conspiracy theories about the election. She signed an affidavit supporting it. So we know what she's saying is not true, but we do know that services and resources are the things that keep communities safe, not jails. So we need to keep our word and close the jail and listen to the stakeholders in what will be in place of ACDC, and need to break ground on the Center for Equity and a new Redeemed Atlanta 2021. Thank you.
This is
Brett Keys, and I'm calling to tell the Atlanta City Council and the mayor that they need to follow through on their promise to close the jail. I don't care if a few rich white people in Buckhead are scared. That doesn't give you a good reason to go against closing the jail and devoting resources to underserved communities.
Hi, my name is Dr. Adora Boone. I am a long-time resident of Atlanta, and I'm calling to thank the city council members for meeting so soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. I want to again encourage you to not listen to Mary Norwood. I vehemently oppose her plans to repurpose the jail. We know that services, resources, and strong communities is what keeps us as a community safe, not jails. So I encourage you and applaud you as you continue to stay the course to close the jail as Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms has promised. And I thank you again. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Rachel Shaw, and I live in Kirkwood in Atlanta, and I'm calling to applaud the council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, and jails do nothing to do that. So please, I hope you stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC task force, and break ground on a Center for Equity, a new Redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ann Werkheiser, and I'm a resident of the Underwood Hills neighborhood in Atlanta. I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences to our community. I also want to encourage the council to not listen to Mary Norwood's lies. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not locking people up in jails. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC task force, and break ground on a Center for Equity and a new Redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you.
Hi, this is Derek Jaworski. I live in Virginia Highlands. I'm calling to urge the Atlanta Council to continue with the plan to close the Atlanta City Detention Center, and also urging them to follow the ACDC task force recommendations to create a center of equity and build something in the detention center that actually serves the community. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, my name is Marissa Lapidus. I live in Kirkwood. I'm a family medicine physician, and I also work and serve people who live in Atlanta. And I'm calling in thanks and gratitude to applaud the City Council members for meeting to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and to work to provide services rather than sentences for our community. We know that services and resources are what keep communities strong and keep us safe, and jails do nothing to keep us safe, and they just provide long-term harm and trauma to people. So please stay the course to close the jail and implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC task force and break ground on improving equity in Atlanta. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Michael Dreyer. I'm an Atlanta resident. I'm calling to ask the City Council to please close the Atlanta City Detention Center. As was promised, solutions to many of our racial injustice issues and social equity issues are not to repurpose jails, not to reform jails, to make less jails. So we please ask you to close the Atlanta City Detention Center. Thank you. Have a good one.
Hi, my name is Jan Rivers. I'm a City of Atlanta resident and native. I would like to bring your attention to the proposal from Fulton County to buy the Atlanta City Detention Center, and I would like for you to please consider
keeping the promise that was made, the commitment that was made to shut down and close that jail. We need for this building to be a resource for the community, and I understand the rationale behind Fulton County wanting that to be their jail since their jail is overcrowded. However, number one, that's Fulton County's problem, but also, more importantly, Fulton County has a solution at their fingertips right now, which is to ease the crowding of that jail in other ways and to let people go who are serving time for nonviolent offenses, and they can clean up their house that way. Using that building after it has already been promised to be taken down, and there have been multiple plans discussed in terms of reimagining that space. You guys really need to follow through with that. I think it's going to be a big mistake to do anything but that. So please fulfill your commitment to closing the Atlanta jail and making that building into a community resource. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tanya Meeks. I live in Peoplestown. I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Don't listen to Mary Norwood. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder reimagining ACDC task force, and break ground on Center for Equity and a new redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sasha Krugman. I live in the Centerville neighborhood in District 1. That's Councilmember Carla Smith. I'm calling to first thank you for having a hearing soon about the Atlanta jail, and to ask that you please stand by the recommendations of the ACDC task force to close the jail. The thing we need now is not more places or ways to incarcerate our citizens, but a community with resources and with support that actually enables growth and rehabilitation and more positive trajectory for folks in our community. I'm asking that you do not sell the jail to the new Sheriff Pat Labatt, that you are instead consistent with your promises to the community. We're not looking for ways to further incarcerate and further punish our Black, brown, and poor citizens. We need to be taking steps to support them each and every day, and this center is going to be a meaningful way to not only demonstrate that we care in Atlanta, but to be a shining beacon of light for other cities across the state and across the country. Thank you.
My name is Zach Justice, and I'm a resident in Grant Park. I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for the community. I think that services and resources and strong communities keep us safe, and jails just create a cycle of incarceration that fundamentally harm our community. I'd urge council members to stay the course to close the jail and follow the recommendation of the reimagining ACDC task force and break ground on a Center for Equity and a new redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Hope Tassin, and I live in Buckhead, Atlanta. I'm calling to applaud the City Council members for meeting soon to become the plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Don't listen to Mary Norwood's lies. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, and not the jails. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder reimaging ACDC task force, and break ground on the Center for Equity and new redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Paige Dukes. I live in Atlanta. I was born here and raised here, and I am calling to ask City Council to close ACDC to finally follow through on this promise of a Center for Wellness and Equity. We need to see this center break ground in 2021. All of the amazing work that has been done by the Communities Over CADIS Coalition, the task force has met and come up with ideas that we are ready to put into action this year. Please stay the course, close the Atlanta City Detention Center. Thank you.
My name is Lisa Glock. I live in Wormwood Park. I'm calling to applaud the City Council members for meeting tomorrow to determine a plan for finally closing the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations for the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force, and break ground on the Center for Equality and a new redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Maisie Lynn Causey. I live in Councilwoman Smith's district, District 1. I'm calling to urge you to continue on in the work of closing the city jail and implementing the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force to build a center for equity where lives can truly be changed for the good. It is critical to begin investing in services, not sentencing, to ensure that we have strong communities with access to resources needed to keep us safe. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sue, and I was so happy to hear that the City Council has been planning to close that horrible jail and provide meaningful services for folks. I'm very concerned now that I've heard that Mary Norwood and others are leading a charge to have the jail be given to somebody else or a former warden. And like I said, that's very disturbing to me. We need to find a different way than jailing people to deal with issues that are social and economic. So I hope that today will be the final nail in the coffin of this jail and a real plan for developing a different approach. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ellen Almadome. I'm a resident of Midtown, and I'm happy that the City Council members are meeting to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services for our community and not just jail sentences. Do not listen to Mary Norwood. We believe that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please follow what was planned and close the jail and implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force and break ground on the Center for Equity and new redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gabriel Sanchez. I live in the downtown area, right across from City Hall, actually, and calling to applaud City Council members for meeting to so quickly to determine the plans for the ACDC to provide services rather than sentences for our community. We don't need to listen to what some people are saying about needing jails for our communities. We need resources, services, and strong communities to keep us safe, not jails. So please stay the course. I want to make sure you can close this jail as was promised and implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force so that we can make a Center for Equity for our new Atlanta in 2021. Thank you so much. Bye.
Hello, my name is Scott Nesbitt. I'm a lifelong resident of Atlanta. I'm calling to let you know that the City Council members who are working to end the Atlanta City Detention Center, to close it, and to begin actually providing services to our citizens rather than punishments is exactly the way that we should go. Anyone who says otherwise is leading us in the wrong direction. We need communities that are thriving, and we build communities that are thriving through action that builds those communities, not that continues generations-long rift, not with actions that began in slavery and continue today by another name. We're watching you. We're depending on you.
My name is Katie Boston. I'm a resident of Old Fourth Ward in Atlanta. I'm also a teacher here. I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting tomorrow to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Don't listen to Mary Norwood's lies. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail and implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force and break ground on a Center for Equity and a new redeemed Atlanta in 2020.
Hello, my name is Nathan Godfrey, and I am calling to applaud council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Please don't listen to Mary Norwood's lies. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail. Implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force and break ground on a Center for Equity and a new redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jay. I live in Decatur. I'm just calling to say that I hope that City Council stays on the course to close the ACDC. I know that communities, not jails, keep people safe. And I'm really excited for a future where we can reimagine safety in Atlanta and come up with new ideas for what to do to space. And I hope that we can stay on this path that we're on. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Nina Dutton, and I am a resident and voter in City Council District 2 in Atlanta. I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center as promised and provide services rather than sentences for our community. As I mentioned in my call last week and maybe the week before, Mary Norwood and Fulton County Sheriff Pat Lebat have proposed to purchase ACDC to repurpose as a jail. This is not the same as closing this doesn't come close to the purpose of closing the Atlanta City Detention Center. Closing it to just slap a new name on it and keep it a jail does not achieve the purpose as promised. Please know that we know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe. Jails do not do that. Please stay the course to close the jail and implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force. It's time to break ground on a Center for Equity and a new redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you. Goodbye.
Good evening. My name is Patricia Lockhead, 1054 Our Street. I'm calling to applaud the City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Don't listen to Mary Norwood lies. We know services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Liza Weisberg, and I'm a resident of the Reynoldstown neighborhood here in Atlanta, and I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and to provide services rather than sentences for our community. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe and that jails don't. Please stay the course to close the jail implement the recommendations for the multi-stakeholder task force, and break ground on a Center for Equity in a new redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Teresa Godfrey, and I just want to say Happy New Year's to everyone. I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Don't listen to Mary Norwood's lies. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jail. Please stay the course to close the jail. Implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force and break ground on the Center for Equity and a new redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you again.
Hello, my name is Atia Holly, and I live in Atlanta's West End community. I'm calling to you today on Martin Luther King Day to thank the council for deciding to meet soon to discuss a path forward for closing the Atlanta City Detention Center and for heeding the call for a center for wellness that our city needs. It is past time for Atlanta to reimagine public safety and to implement the groundbreaking recommendations of the Reimagining Atlanta City Detention Center Task Force. I thank you for your time and hope you move Dr. King's racial justice work forward. Bye-bye.
My name is Melanie Sarp, resident of Atlanta in the Westview neighborhood. I'm just calling about the proposal for Atlanta City Detention Center. There's been a long-term project of community members and stakeholders for the Reimagining ACDC Task Force. It's very important that we honor the commitments and also the ideas that came out of that task force, and as quickly as possible move forward on breaking ground for the Center for Equity, instead of selling this piece of property for potentially another jail with Fulton County or anything else that was not discussed by the task force. So I just want to provide some thoughts to council about trying to honor what folks what the community has stated they are interested in for this project, and to move forward with that as quickly as possible, trying to have more services at that location for our communities and not more jails that don't actually offer anything to our communities in need. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Robin, and I am calling to applaud City Council members for meeting tomorrow to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Don't listen to Mary Norwood's lies. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail. Implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force and break ground on a Center for Equity and a new redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Cody Cutting, and I live in Reynoldstown, and I'm calling to applaud the City Council members who are meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and to provide services, not sentences, for our community. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. I really implore you to stay the course to close the city jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force, and to break ground on a Center for Equity and a new redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you.
Hello, my name is DJ Fondo, and I live and work in the city of Atlanta. I'm calling on the City Council to continue with their commitment to close ACDC and not succumb to the pressures of people whose entire careers are dedicated to the continued caging of the citizens of Atlanta.
Hi, my name is Alexandra McCall. I'm a longtime resident of Atlanta. I live in Capitol View. I'm calling because I'm so glad that City Council members will be meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and to provide services rather than sentences to our community. I do not agree with Mary Norwood's stance I believe that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe rather than jails. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force, and break ground on a Center for Equity in 2021. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Tori Siegel. I am a resident of Virginia Highlands in Atlanta. I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Don't listen to Mary Norwood's lies. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining HCDC Task Force, and break ground on a Center of Equity for a new and redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you so much. Have a lovely day.
Hi, my name is Annie Wu. I live in Sweet Auburn. I'm calling and I'm glad that City Council members are meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail and implement recommendations from the Reimagining ACDC Task Force and break ground on a Center for Equity in a new redeemed Atlanta in 2021.
Thank you. This is Betty Jill Stevens. I live in Lake Claire neighborhood. I'm calling about the closing of the jail and then using it for other resources. I'm very aware of that area and how much is needed for the jail to be closed and to provide other resources. So I'm definitely, anybody who thinks that keeping another jail open is going to help us, that's not what we need. I've seen enough to know that. And thank you for all you do.
Hello, my name is Megan Clark, and I live in Belvedere Park currently. And I'm calling about the community's decision to continue their discussion about the Atlanta City Detention Center. I would like to applaud you for actually meeting again to determine a plan to finally close this and provide services rather than sentences for our community. They'll need to stop listening to Mary Norwood's lies. We know, and everyone who keeps calling in knows that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. So please stay the course, close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force, and break ground on a Center for Equity and a new Atlanta in 2021. Please keep your promises.
My name is Dominic Kelly. I'm an Atlanta resident. I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Please do not listen to Mary Norwood's lies. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force, and break ground on a Center for Equity and a new redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shira Concool, and I am a mental health counselor in the metropolitan area. That is my daughter. I'm calling to applaud the City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Please do not listen to Mary Norwood's lies. She does not speak for us. We know that services, resources, and strong communities are what keep us safe, not jails. They never have. Please continue to stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force, and break ground on a Center for Equity, Wellness, and Freedom and a new redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you so much.
Heather, my name is Paola. My name is Paola Rivera. I'm a resident of Atlanta in the Buckhead neighborhood. I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Don't listen to Mary Norwood's lies. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. We know that poverty needs to be addressed rather than punished. We know that Black Lives Matter and that all of these things being discussed about policing and public safety have left out some key pieces to protecting our communities, and instead has focused entirely on talking about punishment, gangs, and things that really should not be priorities at this time when people are dying from COVID-19, struggling to find shelter in the winter, struggling to find food for their families, or to get their children educated without internet. So all of this is tied to closing ACDC, stay on course, close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder reimagining ACDC task force, and break ground on a Center for Equity and a new Redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Keep your promise and actually keep people safe.
My name is Alan Woodall. I live in Reynoldstown. I'm calling to thank City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to close the Atlanta City Detention Center and to urge the Council to stay the course to implement the recommendations that were raised by the multi-stakeholder reimagining ACDC task force and break ground on a Center for Equity this year instead of continuing to use the jail to hold inmates. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Anna Coronado, and I live in the Underwood Hills neighborhood. I'm calling to applaud the City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Please don't listen to Mary Norwood's lie. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder reimagining ACDC task force, and break ground on a Center for Equity and a new Redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you.
My name is Max Rubinson. I'm a resident of Underwood Hills. I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center, provide services rather than sentences for our community. Don't listen to Mary Norwood's lies. We know the services and resources in strong communities keep us safe, not the jail. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder reimagining ACDC task force, and break ground on the Center for Equity in a new Redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Mayfeld, and I live in Piedmont Heights. I'm a member of START. I'm calling today to applaud you for meeting tomorrow to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our communities. Don't listen to Mary Norwood's lies. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder reimagining ACDC task force, and break ground on a Center for Equity and a new Redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you for listening.
My name is June Moon. I'm a resident of the West End. I'm calling to thank the City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Don't listen to Mary Norwood's lies. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail. Implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder reimagining ACDC task force and break ground on a Center for Equity in a new Redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gentry Staten. I've lived and worked around Atlanta for a couple years, and I'm calling to applaud the City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. I think it's really important that as a community, we're recognizing that we have to move away from things that are punitive like jails, especially something like ACDC that just needs to be done, and actually working towards things that are investing in our communities and helping our communities. I hope that the city council members do not try to mislead people about this, because I have seen them speak against closing the jail and such things in prior meetings. But we can't listen to that kind of thing. We need to move forward with services, resources, and strong communities that keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force, and break ground on a Center for Equity and a new Redeemed Atlanta in 2021.
Hello, my name is Raquel Thomas. I am a Georgia native and a Spelman College student currently living in the West End. I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Please do not listen to Mary Norwood's lies. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Mass incarceration has expanded more than 500% in the past 40 years, and it is a complete detriment to the Black and Brown communities. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force, and break ground on a Center for Equity and a new Redeemed Atlanta in 2021. On Martin Luther King Jr.'s national holiday, it would just be amazing to see my city of Atlanta work towards a beloved community. Again, my name is Raquel Marie Thomas, and I'm a student at Spelman College. Thank you.
My name is Jordan Johnson, and I'm calling to applaud the City Council members for meeting so soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Don't listen to Mary Norwood's lies. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force, and break ground on the Center for Equity and a new Redeemed Atlanta in 2021.
Hi, my name is Hannah Gasolka. I'm a resident of Buckhead, and I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting tomorrow to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. I encourage you not to listen to Mary Norwood's lies, because we know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force, and break ground on a Center for Equity and a new Redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Megan Jennings. I live in Candler Park in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Do not listen to Mary Norwood's lies. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail. Implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force and break ground on a Center for Equity in a new Redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Not only am I concerned about this as a citizen of Atlanta, but also as a social worker who knows that putting people in jail does nothing, and actually creating community and having programs that help the community is what makes change. So please don't listen to Mary Norwood, and please listen to what the community wants. Thank you.
Hi, this is Kelsey Bond. I live in Atlanta City Council District 2. I'm calling you to say that I'm happy that Atlanta City Council members are meeting at some point to discuss the closure of the Atlanta City Detention Center. I realize that this conversation has come up again in recent weeks as Pat Labatt has declared his intentions to purchase the jail, and also this conversation has emerged on the part of Mary Norwood, and I would just like to remind City Council and Mayor Bottom that the city government has made a promise to close the jail, and this conversation has gone on far too long, and it's starting to look bad So I think that the jail needs to close because jails are not good for communities. They just perpetuate these cycles of violence that end up harming Atlanta residents like generation on generation. And so it's time to reimagine ACDC. Please do not make it into a new jail. The community does not need that. And also, Mary Norwood and Buckhead do not own Atlanta, and they do not speak for all of Atlanta. So I'd really encourage you guys to listen to the actual public comment of Atlanta residents and not just Buckhead. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alex Lampert. I'm a resident of Westview, and I'm calling to support closing the Atlanta City Detention Center. I understand that Mary Norwood has voiced some opposition to this, and I would like to emphasize that she only represents a very small conservative fraction of our population, of our city, and shouldn't be the defining voice in how we make a decision around this. Rather, I would encourage you to implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force and break ground on a new Center for Equity in 2021. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dr. Caitlin Bohannon. I live in the Ponce Highland area, and I'm just calling to thank you for meeting to potentially close the Atlanta City Detention Center. What our city, what our community needs is more services to help the people in need here and not more prison sentences. I work with a lot of outreach groups, and I would love to see those expanded to help the people most in need in this community. So thank you very much. Bye.
Hi, my name is Katie Huber Rhodes, and I am a resident here in Atlanta. I am first of all calling to applaud the city council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force, and break ground on a Center for Equity and a new redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you.
Hello, I am calling to applaud city council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Don't listen to Mary Norwood's lies. We saw what happened at the Capitol, how people who were not of color did anything they wanted to do, even threaten the lives of our politicians and our Congress people at the Capitol. And nobody did anything. The Atlanta community, the poor people, the Black people, the Latinos, the people of color, they need services, resources, and strong communities to keep them safe, not jails. They need a little bit more compassion and love that was shown to the Capitol Hill rioters. They need the same thing. So please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force, and break ground on a Center for Equity and new redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Show Atlanta is a city that's too busy to hate. Show that Atlanta is a city willing to treat Black people and people of color the same way white people were treated at the Capitol, even though we don't act like that. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Nolan Huber Rhodes. I'm a resident and voter here in Atlanta. And first I'm calling to just say thank you, applaud you all who have been listening to the calls and not dismissing our comments as uneducated. I applaud all of you who have not been dismissing those comments and listening to us as we've asked you to figure out what we're doing with Atlanta City Detention Center and the request to close it. So I want to applaud you all for deciding to meet soon to determine a plan to close ACDC and provide services rather than sentences for our community. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jail. So please stay the course, close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder reimagining ACDC task force, and break ground on a Center for Equity and a new Redeemed Atlanta in 2021. I can't think of another way to honor the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Thank you so much.
My name is Kenneth Asher. I'm a resident of the greater Atlanta metro area. I'm calling to applaud the city council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Please do not listen to Mary Norwood. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep our people safe and not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder reimagining ACDC task force, and break ground on a Center for Equity and a new Redeem Atlanta in this year, 2021. Let's look forward and not go backwards. Thank you.
Hey, my name is Chandler Pennington. I live in Atlanta in the neighborhood of Edgewood. I'm reading from the script here, so you're probably going to hear a lot of things similar to me, but I'm not going to applaud city council members just for meeting. But I would like to see to close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Don't listen to Mary Norwood. In her lives, we know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder reimagining ACDC task force, and break ground on the Center for Equity and a new Redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you.
My name is Alex Franco, and I am calling to applaud city council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Do not listen to Mary Norwood's lies. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails, not police. Please stay the course to close the jail. Implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder reimagining ACDC task force and break ground on a Center for Equity and a new Redeemed Atlanta in 2021. The eyes of the nation are on Georgia, and we can be leaders for justice, for civil rights. We can take part personally and help bend the arc of history a little bit more towards justice this year. Or you can only do further harm to this community by keeping the Atlanta City Detention Center open. And I am praying, council members, that you do the right thing, that you close the jail, and you help break ground on a new Center for Equity. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Samantha Dean. I'm a Virginia Highlands Atlanta voter. I urge you to please follow through with closing the Atlanta City Detention Center. Services, resources, and strong communities keep Atlanta safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder reimagining ACDC task force, and break ground on a Center for Equity in 2021. In general, I urge the council to please stop viewing policing and jails as a solution to all of the city's problems and think instead about how you, as our elected officials, can support and uplift the city's most marginalized residents. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nora Bonner. I live in Cameron Park, and I'm calling to say I'm really grateful that the council members are planning to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center. We feel like we've been heard, and we really appreciate that. We're really hoping that the energy is put towards services that will help the community rather than endanger the community with more carceral solutions to our problems. Thank you. Despite some opposition, we just really hope that you will be staying your course to close the jail and break ground for the Center for Equity in 2021. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Laura Shaheen. I'm a resident of the Home Park neighborhood in Atlanta. I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force, and break ground on the Center for Equity and the new Redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thanks. Bye.
Hi, my name is Heather Pincock, and I live in the Ponce Highlands neighborhood, and I'm calling to thank the City Council members for meeting soon to talk about a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. I hope you won't be listening to Mary Norwood, because we know that services and resources and strong communities are what keep us safe, and we do not need more jails. Please stay the course to close the jail, to implement recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force, and break ground on a Center for Equity. This is what the people of Atlanta need and deserve. Thank you very much.
My name is Kevin Wittrick. I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Don't listen to Mary Norwood lies. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force, and break ground on the Center for Equity and the new Redeemed Atlanta in 2021.
Hi there, my name is Anastasia Carrilli, and I am calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center, a plan that has been very much in the works for a great deal of time, and that you are working to provide services rather than sentences for our community. This is absolutely essential to creating a just society, and especially on Martin Luther King Jr. Day, a reverend who lived in the city of Atlanta. I know that this is something that he would applaud as well. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. They do nothing more than incarcerate people and create harm by taking people away from communities and taking away from our society. But please continue to stay the course to close this jail. Implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force and break ground on a Center for Equity and a new Redeemed Atlanta in 2021. You have the power to make our city better. Please exercise that. Thank you.
My name is Sam Rappaport, a resident of Home Park in Atlanta. I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force, and break ground on a Center for Equity and a new Redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Natalie Pilgrim. I'm calling from the neighborhood of Decatur, and I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and to provide services rather than sentences for our community. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please, I urge you to stay the course to close the ACDC and implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force and break ground on a Center for Equity in 2021. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Brad, and I'm an Atlanta resident. I'm calling today to ask the council to continue the process of closing the Atlanta City Detention Center. I want to reiterate the fact that neither jails nor policing are what make a community safer. Rather than reacting to poverty and violence with criminalization and imprisonment, we must address the root of these issues first. Safe communities are ones with adequate, affordable housing, access to affordable health care, strong ties within the community and a well-funded public education system. Reacting to poverty and violence with imprisonment only serves to further perpetuate those cycles of poverty and violence. Prisons have been known to be sites of violence and sexual misconduct, but they lack the transparency to be able to hold them accountable. So please continue the process of closing the detention center and do not pass it off to Fulton County. And then provide funding to our community resources and programs that prevent crime instead of reacting to it. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Emily Spears, and I live in the Morningside neighborhood. I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Don't listen to Mary Norwood's lies. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force, and break ground on a Center for Equity and a new redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you.
Hi there. My name is David Ferris. I am a resident of Kirkwood in the city of Atlanta, and I'm calling to express my concern that there may be backtracking on closing the Atlanta City Detention Center. I thought this was going to happen. I'm concerned to hear about more recent developments with the possibility of Fulton County taking it over. This is not where our resources should be going, or how we should be approaching, real problems about how to keep our community safe and healthy and protected from real risks. I will be watching tomorrow to see if the Atlanta City Council understands what's at stake here and does the right thing with respect to finally closing this detention center permanently and not letting it become the same thing under a new name. Thank you for your consideration.
Hi, and good evening. My name is Rogelio Arcilla, and I'm a resident of Atlanta for 30 plus years, and I live in Venetian Hills in District 4. I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting this Thursday to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. I urge you to please not listen to Mary Norwood's lies. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail. Implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force and break ground on the Center for Equity and a new redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you so much. And yes, I hope you listen to your constituents. Bye.
Hi, my name is Leah Burnson, and I live in Chamblee, Georgia, so my zip code is 30341. So part of the Atlanta metro area. And I'm just calling into City Council to encourage you to move forward with the plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and change from the punishment model to a holistic care model for people who commit crimes. Because studies have shown that that's what works, that's what is less expensive, and that's what prevents recidivism. So basically, I really want you to move forward with this plan. As your constituent, I'm calling you to continue the course that you're on, close the jail, and implement the recommendations from the Reimagining ACDC Task Force. Start building a Center for Equity. Because we know that justice and also lowering crime comes from building strong communities from the bottom, not just waiting until communities are suffering and coming back and punishing people. We have to ensure that we have healthy communities if we want to lower crime and make our city peaceful. So basically, I really hope that we follow through this proposal and listen to your constituents. Also, Mary Norwood doesn't speak for us. We need services, not punishment. Again, this has been Leah Burns-on from Chamblee. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Micah Herskind, and I live in District 2. And I'm just calling to say that I fully support and I'm really grateful to the City Council members for meeting to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and move the city towards a place in which we are providing services and a space for wellness and freedom and well-being rather than sentences and convictions and prosecutions for community members. We really appreciate you taking a firm stand and not capitulating to those from the wealthiest and whitest areas of Atlanta who would keep the jail open or have it acquired by Fulton County. We know, as do the communities who have led this struggle to get the jail closed, that services, resources, and strong communities keep people safe, not jails. And so just calling to say, please stay the course, close the jail, and implement the recommendations from the Reimagining ACDC task force, a task force in which, many community members have put countless time and energy and labor into. And we're hoping that you'll please break ground on a Center for Equity and a new Redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Tanya Herbert. I'm calling to applaud the City Council members for meeting to determine the plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services in place of that. I totally disagree with Mary Norwood's platform. We know that services and resources are going to build us strong communities, so please close this jail. I also implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholders Reimagining the ACDC task force, and I want to see us breaking ground on the Center for Equity and a new Redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Maddie Fry. I'm a resident of Grant Park, zip code 30315. I'm calling to applaud the City Council members who are meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Please don't listen to Mary Norwood. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe and not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC task force, and break ground on a Center for Equity and a new Redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you so much.
My name is Linda Levy. I am calling to applaud the City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services for our community. Please do not listen to Mary Norwood's lies. We know that services and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course and close the jail. Please implement the recommendations for the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC task force and break ground on a Center for Equity. Thank you. Again, this is Linda Lucy.
Hi, my name is Lauren, and I'm calling to encourage the City Council members to close the ACDC and provide services rather than sentences for our community. We know that strong communities keep us safe, not in jail. Please stay the course and close this jail and implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder Reimagining ACDC task force and break ground on a Center for Equity in the new Redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bodhi Arcon. I'm a resident of the West End in Atlanta. I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Please know that services, resources, and strong communities are safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail. I repeat, close the jail. Implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder ACDC task force and break ground to the Center for Equity in 2021. Please close the jail.
Hi, my name is Christiana Huber, and I'm a resident of Ponce Highland in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm calling to applaud the City Council members for meeting so soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Please don't listen to Mary Norwood's lies.
We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder reimagining the ACDC task force, and break ground on a Center for Equity, a new and redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Please consider this and please close the jail. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dawn Deegan, and I'm calling to encourage City Council members to stay the course in plans to close the jail, and that we want to close the ACDC and provide services instead of sentences for our community. We believe that services and resources and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder reimagining ACDC task force and break ground on a Center for Equity and a new redeemed Atlanta in 2021. We don't need more jails. We don't need this jail. We definitely need to go in a different direction. So keep moving in that direction. Thanks for your time.
City of Atlanta City Council. My name is Asa Kramer-Dickey. I'm a resident of Atlanta. I live in Grant Park, District 2. And I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Don't listen to Mary Norwood's lies. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, and jails do not keep our communities safe. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder reimagining ACDC task force, and break ground on a Center for Equity and a new redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you and have a great day.
Hi, my name is Dave Guerrero. I'm an Atlanta resident in the Virginia Highlands neighborhood, calling to voice my approval for the City Council members meeting to determine the plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide community services rather than sentences for the community. As I think that's just a better way to deal with people's issues and try and help them out. That sounds like I understand Mary Norwood is voicing her opinion, which I believe the facts that she's trying to quote are not true, and she is lying about things. And I believe that services and resources, make strong communities and keep us safe, and don't believe that jails are the way to go. So I encourage the council to stay the course and close the jail and implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder reimagining ACDC task force and break ground on a Center for Equity here in 2021. So that is all. Thank you for your time. Have a wonderful day.
My name is Libby Gozansky. I'm a resident of the Druid Hills area that's in the city of Atlanta, DeKalb County. I'm calling to thank you for determining a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services for our community. I want to urge you to continue with that plan and to stay the course to close the jail and to implement the recommendations of the Reimagining ACDC Task Force. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Shannon Coffin-Gajero. I am an Atlanta resident. I live in the Virginia Highland neighborhood. I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting, hopefully this week, I believe, to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide our city with services rather than sentences for our community members. I just want us to remember that resources, services, and strong communities are what keep us safe, not jails. I really implore you all to stay the course with the mayor and you all's promises to close the jail and repurpose it, and to implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder reimagining ACDC task force and break ground on the Center for Equity and a new redeemed Atlanta in 2021. We'll all counting on you.
Good evening. My name is Anoa Changa, and I am a resident of South Atlanta, living in City Councilwoman Shepherd's district. I'm calling today to express my support for continuing to stay the course and close the Atlanta jail. We need to make sure that the vision, that the work for the detention center that was laid out previously continues, and that it is in fact transformed into a center for equity, wellness, and freedom. The work that has been done in partnership with community organizations and grassroots supporters like Miss Marilyn Wynn and Women on the Rise, we need to make sure that we are preserving the commitment to community over stages, and that the Atlanta City Council or the mayor's office, that our leadership is not just simply kowtowing to the desires of a select minority in Buckhead, namely the likes of Mary Norwood, who actively supported the fraudulent assertions against Black voters in her own mayoral election, as well as in the recent attacks on our democracy and our election here in Georgia. The attacks on criminal justice reform, like closing Atlanta jail, mirror the attacks on our democracy, and we cannot have that type of influence swaying the results and the work being done by this body. It is so important that Atlanta, that claims to be this great, brilliant city, is providing opportunities for all, actually does so and reinvest in the community in a way that moves us all forward and not just a select few. So again, I'm calling to express support for continuing the pathway to closing the Atlanta Detention Center and the work that has already been done in partnership with community organizations and grassroots leaders. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Allison Kaufman, and I am a resident of the Kirkwood neighborhood. I'm calling to thank the City Council for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and to provide services rather than sentences for our community. I urge you not to listen to Mary Norwood's lies. We know that these services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jailed. Please stay the course and follow through on your commitment to close this jail and implement the recommendations for the multi-stakeholder reimagining of ACDC task force and break ground on a Center for Equity in 2021. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Nadia Benedere. I live in Lake Claire in area code 30307. I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Don't listen to Mary Norwood's lies. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jail. Please stay the course to close the jail. Implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder reimagining ACDC task force and break ground on a Center for Equity in a new redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you for consideration of these comments, and I will be watching the outcome. Thank you.
My name is Michael Brodeen, and I am a resident of Buckhead. I am calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Don't listen to Mary Norwood's lies. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jailed. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder reimagining ACDC task force, and break ground on a Center for Equity and a new redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alexandra Gillen, and I'm a resident of Fulton County. I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Don't listen to Mary Norwood's lies. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jailed. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder reimagining ACDC task force, and break ground on the Center for Equity in new redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you.
My name is Rebecca Giddens. I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine the plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community.
Don't listen to Mary Norwood. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail. Implement the recommendations from the Multi-Stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force. Break ground on a Center for Equity and a new Redeemed Atlanta in 2021. It'll be good for everybody. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Annette. I am a resident in Metro Atlanta area. I had heard about some new ideas of using the Atlanta City Detention Center for an expanded jail for Fulton County, and I was really disappointed to hear that because city council members had already been working on a plan that I was really proud of them for, and that was in line with formerly incarcerated Georgians and Atlantans, to close down the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. There's been a lot of misinformation from former mayoral candidates and from different law enforcement officials that are taking a very different direction from what was agreed upon with the community. And we know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails or expanded jails or excuses about overcrowding. There's room to decarcerate and to free people from all different jails, not just ACDC. So please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations that the Multi-Stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force already spent plenty of time on, and break ground on the Center of Equity for a new Redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Hey, my name is Alice Iscaro. I live in the Upper West Side. I am calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Don't listen to Mary Norwood's lies. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the Multi-Stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force, and break ground on a Center for Equity and a new Redeemed Atlanta in 2021.
Hi, my name is Dr. Sarah Giordano, and I live in Atlanta. I live in Lake Claire neighborhood. And I'm calling because I'm really excited that city council members are going to be meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center, the ACDC, and provide services instead of sentences for our community. I applaud you for doing that. I also have heard that Mary Norwood has been spreading lies and trying to change the course of action. And so I implore you to not listen to her lies and instead stay focused on the fact that we know very well that services, resources, and strong communities are going to be what keeps us all safe and not jails. Please stay the course, close the jail, and implement the recommendations from the Multi-Stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force, and break ground on the Center for Equity and the new Redeemed Atlanta in 2021. I appreciate your work. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Joshua Miller. I live in Midtown Atlanta. I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Don't listen to Mary Norwood's lies. We know that services and resources and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the Multi-Stakeholder Reimagining ACDC Task Force, and break ground on a new Center for Equity and a new Redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you.
Greetings to you, council members and staff, and special greetings to you, citizens of Atlanta, monitoring your government in action in 2021. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. Some may recall that at one point there was a police sub-precinct within Capitol Plaza before the closing of the SNS cafeteria. I submit that as you talk about Buckhead Blue and Midtown Blue, you help promote the creation of Southwest Blue. Southwest Blue would work with Atlanta police-owned floor officers to enhance the quality of life of citizens along the Templeton Cascade corridors. Be advised, however, that since this proposal has not been presented nor endorsed by the movers and shakers of NPUR, it will be fiercely contested by those lurking behind the scenes at NPUR, including Vice Chair Antonita Robinson, Claudius Clare, Ricardo Jacobs, Albert White, Lynette L. Scott, Allison Hathaway, Sherry Williams, and the NPUR 9 cohort and supporters.
My name is Owen Hunt. I am calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Don't listen to Mary Norwood's lies. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder reimagining ACDC task force, and break ground on a center for equity and a new redeemed Atlanta in 2021.
Hello, my name is Ifasha Al-Wachir, and I'm a resident of Atlanta, and I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting so soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide those services and funds to our community and places that actually need those resources. Don't listen to Mary Norwood's lies. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe and not jails. So please stay the course. We're so close to closing the jail for good and implementing the recommendations of the multi-stakeholders that are reimagining the ACDC task force and break ground on the Center for the Equity and a new redeemed Atlanta in this new year of 2021. Great job so far. Let's keep it up. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Hillary Lillum, and I'm calling to applaud City Council members for looking forward to closing the detention center. I want you to provide services rather than sending more people to jail. I'm a former prosecutor, and I believe this is the way to go. Thank you for your work, and thank you for your service.
Hi, my name is Betty Barnard, and I live in Ponce Island in Council District 2. And I am calling to applaud the City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services instead of sentences for our community. I do not agree with or support Sheriff Labatt's plan to purchase and reuse the jail for Fulton County. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jail. The work of the council and the committee to close the jail over the past few years have developed a strong plan that I wholeheartedly support. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder reimagining ACDC task force, and break ground on a Center for Equity they have proposed. Help us create a new redeemed Atlanta in 2021, one that uses community-oriented solutions for safety, instead of relying solely on the same old solutions that we've tried and that have failed repeatedly related to the criminal justice system. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carrie Lynn. I live in Hendon Park in Atlanta. I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Don't listen to Mary Norwood. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder reimagining ACDC task force, and break ground on a Center for Equity and a new redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you.
My name is Marika Lamoureux, and I live in Midtown Atlanta. I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Don't listen to Mary Norwood's lies. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder reimagining ACDC task force, and break ground on a Center for Equity and a new redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Casey Serrano. I'm a constituent from Edgewood, and I'm just calling in to say that the idea that we should allow the Atlanta City Jail to either continue to be run or be purchased by another entity and continue to run is not acceptable, and it does not represent an efficient and, quite frankly, feasible way to serve the community of Atlanta and to make our community safer. What would actually make our community safer is things like increased access to health care, especially when it comes to things like the coronavirus vaccine and personal protective equipment, increased access to quality food, increased access to recreational activities, to educational opportunities, just continuing to lock people up for, honestly, a lot of times they don't even commit crimes. There's false accusations or they get locked up for nonviolent crimes. Does not help anyone. It does not make our community safer. It does not make our city safer. And we should redirect those funds to programs that would actually make our city safer. We should also redirect the space to programs that would actually make our city safer, and we should not continue to use punitive measures to try to keep people in line, especially when those measures have been proven time and time again to not work. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Hi, my name is Alessandra Richardson. I'm a resident of Midtown Atlanta. I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Please don't listen to Mary Norwood's lies. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jail. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations for the multi-stakeholder reimagining ACDC task force, and break ground on a Center for Equity in a new redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, my name is Hallie Andrews. I live in Reynoldstown. I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Don't listen to the lies of Mary Norwood. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder reimagining ACDC task force, and break ground on a Center for Equity and a new redeemed Atlanta in 2021. As a social worker in the city of Atlanta, I am truly passionate about the impact that this can make on our community, and I'm very excited for the ongoing conversation. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Eric Schwartz. I am calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta Detention Center and provide services rather than sentencing for our community. Don't listen to Mary Norwood's lies. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder reimagining ACDC task force, and break ground on a Center for Equity and a new redeemed Atlanta in 2021. The opposition is always the loudest right before we win. Let's win this thing. Thanks for listening to me.
Hi, this is Barbara Kimmel. I live in Atlanta, and I just wanted to say, please, just stay the course and close that jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder reimagining ACDC task force, and break ground on a Center for Equity. I just want to thank the City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services instead of sentences for our community. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Bennett Alterman, and I live in Ponce Highlands neighborhood of Atlanta. I'm just calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services instead of sentences for our community. Please do not listen to Mary Norwood's lies. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail, implement the recommendations from the multi-stakeholder reimagining ACDC task force, and break ground on a Center for Equity and a new redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Isabel, and I am a resident of Buckhead here in Atlanta. I'm calling to applaud City Council members for meeting soon to determine a plan to finally close the Atlanta City Detention Center and provide services rather than sentences for our community. Don't listen to Mary Norwood's lies. We know that services, resources, and strong communities keep us safe, not jails. Please stay the course to close the jail and implement recommendations from the multi-stakeholder reimagining ACDC task force and break ground on Center for Equity in a new Redeemed Atlanta in 2021. Remember, the safest communities are not those with the most police, but the most resources.
All right, ask everyone to make sure their phones are muted. That ends our public comment. We now go to the report of the journal. Please unmute the clerk.
Apologies, Madam President.
Okay. Report of the journal, please.
Please hold.
Joanne?
Yeah, not yet.
Everyone, please mute your phone. Ms. Shepherd, I think that you are here. Please make sure your phones are muted.
I'm sorry, what?
Okay.
Oh, Ms. Boone, that may be you. Okay. Whomever, please mute your phones. We're waiting on the report of the journal.
I, Forrest Webb III, Municipal Clerk, do certify that the action minutes of the January 4th, 2021 City Council meeting are true and correct.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to accept and file the report of the journal.
So moved, Overstreet.
Motion by Brown, second by Overstreet. On unanimous consent of members present. And I don't want to do that. Let's make sure we have all the members present so that I don't misstate who is voting. So, on unanimous consent of members present, please accept and file the report of the journal. Mr. Clerk, you want to do a quick roll call to make sure that we have an accurate reflection of the unanimous consent?
Certainly.
Sure.
Council members Michael Julian Bond.
President voting by voice.
Matt Westmoreland.
Here.
Andre Dickens.
Here.
Carla Smith.
Here.
Amir Faroki.
Here.
Antonio Brown.
Here.
Cleta Winslow.
Present.
Natalie Mosby Archibald.
Here.
Jennifer N. Ide.
Here.
Howard Shook.
Aye.
J.P. Matsakite.
Here.
Dustin Hillis.
Here.
Andrea L. Boone.
Ms. Boone
Overstreet.
Ms. Boone is here. She's for voice voting. She just said, please unmute her.
President, I was muted. Thank you, Madam President.
You're welcome.
Overstreet, present.
Marcy Coley Overstreet.
Present.
Joyce M. Shepherd.
Present.
Quorum present, 15 members, Madam President.
Thank you. So now we will move to communication.
Madam President, if I could find items 1 and 2 of the block.
Proceed.
21-C-0010, a communication from Ms. Rita Gibson, Chair of the Georgia Act, reappointing Ms. Bambi Hayes Brown to serve as a member of the Housing Commission on behalf of Georgia Act. This appointment is for a term of 2 years to begin retroactively on September 17, 2020 and expire September 16, 2022. 21-C-0011, a communication from Council members Dustin Hillis, District 9, Andrea L. Boone, District 10, Marcy Colley Overstreet, District 11, Joyce M. Shepherd, District 12, and Andre Dickens, post 3 at large, reappointing Mr. Larry Stewart to serve as a member of the Housing Commission. This appointment is for a term of 2 years to begin retroactively on March 19, 2020 and expire March 18, 2022. Staff recommendation to refer to Community Development and Human Services Committee and Committee on Council.
Let it follow that course.
21-C-0012, a communication from Danielle Hampton, the Chair Audit Committee, submitting the Performance Audit Report, Department of Watershed Management, Capital Project, Contract Management. Staff recommendations to refer to City Utilities Committee.
Let it follow that course.
And Madam President, the last two items 4 and 5, if I could found those as a block.
Proceed.
21-C-0013, a communication from Chief Procurement Officer Mark Clark, submitting the December 28, 2020 through December 31st, 2020 weekly contract report. 21-C-0014, submitting the January 4th, 2021 through January 8th, 2021 weekly contract report to the Atlanta City Council and Clerk of Council pursuant to Section 2-1142 of the Atlanta City Code of Ordinances. Staff recommendation to accept and file both.
Let it. Okay, accept and file. I'll entertain a motion to accept and file.
So moved, Brown.
I need a second.
Second, Hillis.
Motion by Brown, second by Hillis to accept and file. On unanimous consent of members present, if there is no objection, they are accepted and filed. Consideration of vetoed legislation.
There is none, Madam President.
Unfinished business.
There is none.
We're now at consent agenda section 1. All of these items receive favorable recommendation from committee. If any member has an item in which they wish to remove, please indicate with your speaker button. I will go with those who indicated by speaker, and then I will call for those who may not be logged into the system. Mr. Westmoreland?
Yes, ma'am. I need to remove item 20-0-1792. It is item number 1 on page 5.
Item 1, page 5. 20-0-1792. What committee is that?
CDHS.
Hold on 1 second, please. Okay, Mr. Westmoreland, I'm understanding yours is item 5 on page 5.
That sounds good. It's 20-0-1792, and I thought it was item 1, but it might be item 5. Sorry.
All right. Our parliamentarian, he's on it. Okay, thank you so much. Is that it?
Yes, for me.
All right, we go to Mr. Dickens.
Yes, I'd like to remove off of consent. It's on page 7, item 13, and that's 20-0-1791 from the Transportation Committee.
Okay, so page 7, item 13, 20-0-1791 under Transportation. Any other items from any members who are not on the system? Okay, and please make sure you mute your phones if you're not talking so we don't get feedback. Okay, so let's move on the consent agenda section 1 minus those 2 items.
Please hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Okay, Mr. Bond, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Winslow?
In favor.
Ms. Boone?
Yes.
Ms. Overstreet.
Affirmative.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes. Populating votes. Fifteen yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. Consent agenda section 1 is adopted. Now at consent agenda section 2, all items are on first read at council and will be referred as indicated to the standing committees. So now we move on to our report of the standing committees. Our first committee is City Utilities Committee. The Honorable Madeline Archibong, Chair.
Thank you, Madam President. We do not have a report.
I missed it. You don't have any report?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Good work. No. Now we move to Community Development Human Services Committee, the Honorable Matt Westmoreland, Chair.
Thank you very much, Council President. The first item is the item that I pulled off consent. It is 20-0-1792, an ordinance by Community Development Human Services Committee to adopt a third-party agency inspection manual pursuant to OCGA 8-2-26G to establish pre-qualification standards for third-party inspectors doing business in the city of Atlanta, to establish guidelines for administering and processing the third-party inspection program and for other purposes. Came out of committee favorable on a unanimous vote, but the request by administration has been to refer it back to committee, and so I will make that motion.
Okay, is there a second? Second, Brown. Motion by Westmoreland, second by Brown, to refer the item to committee, Community Development Human Services Committee. Any discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, let's open the vote on the motion to refer back to CDHS.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Okay, Mr. Bond, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Winslow?
In favor.
Ms. Boone?
Yes.
Ms. Overstreet?
Affirmative.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes. Populating votes. Fifteen yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It is referred, if you can change the wording, to committee. Thank you so much. Next item.
All right, next item is 20-0-1707, CDP-20-36, an ordinance by Community Development and Human Services Committee to amend the land use element of the 2016 Comprehensive Development Plan so as to redesignate property located at 420 McDonough Boulevard from the low-density commercial land use designation to the high-density residential land use designation, 450 Galt Street from the medium-density residential and high-density commercial land use designation to the high-density residential land use designation, and 499, 501, and 505 Federal Terrace, 1440, 1446, 1450, and 1456 Galt Street from the single-family residential land use designation to the medium-density residential land use designation and for other purposes. The unanimous recommendation is to file.
Okay, the motion is to file. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's open the vote on the motion to file.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Overstreet, how do you vote?
Affirmative.
Ms. Boone?
Yes.
Ms. Winslow? In favor? Mr. Bond?
Aye.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Populating vote. Yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It is filed. Next item.
Next item is 20-R-3009. It's a resolution from council members J.P. Matzekite, Antonio Brown, and Jennifer Ide, requesting that the Department of Parks and Recreation collaborate with the Department of Procurement to develop and engage in a procurement process by which more than one proponent could be selected to provide tenant services to the city and for other purposes. It came favorable with 6 yeas and 1 abstention. And the motion is to adopt.
Motion is to adopt. Any discussion? Seeing no one indicated or hearing none, let's open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Overstreet, how do you vote?
Affirmative.
Ms. Boone?
Yes.
Ms. Winslow? In favor? Mr. Bond?
Aye.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It is adopted. Next item.
All right. Our final item requires a substitute, and so I think I need to make a motion to bring a substitute forward because the caption changes.
Okay, motion to bring the substitute forward. Is there a second?
Second, Brown.
Motion by Westmoreland, second by Brown to bring forth the substitute. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, let's open the vote on bringing forward the substitute.
Please vote. Please continue to hold. The vote is now open. everyone please vote?
Yes. Ms. Overstreet, how do you vote?
Affirmative.
Ms. Boone?
Yes.
Ms. Winslow?
In favor.
Mr. Bond?
Aye.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes. Fifteen yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It is adopted. Oh, the substitute is brought before us. I'm sorry. And so now we're on the substitute.
Okay. So it's a 21-R-3207. It's a resolution by Community Development and Human Services Committee as substituted by the Atlanta City Council, authorizing the mayor on behalf of the City of Atlanta to enter contract IFB-S12000619 after school meal program with Social Express Catering and Meal Prep LLC for an amount not to exceed $564,444.00 for the purpose of providing hot meals in connection with the City of Atlanta's after school meal program on behalf of the Department of Parks and Recreation, and to be charged to and paid from accounts listed herein and for other purposes. The item came to the body favorable on condition with a unanimous vote. And so I will make a motion to adopt on substitute.
The motion is to adopt the substitute. Is there a second?
Second, Overstreet.
Second by Overstreet. Motion by Westmoreland to adopt the substitute. Any discussion on the paper? Seeing and hearing none, let's open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Boone, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Winslow?
In favor.
Mr. Bond?
Aye.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes. Fifteen yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It is adopted. Okay. Anything else, Mr. Chair?
No, ma'am. That's it. Thank you.
You are so welcome. We are now moving on to Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee. The Honorable Joyce Shepard, Chair.
Thank you, Madam President. So we have 2 pieces of legislation before us today. 20-C-0146, a communication from Mayor Keisha Lance Bottom appointing Ms. Valerie Carey to serve as a member of the License Review Board. This appointment is for a term of 2 years, and the recommendation is to file.
Okay, a motion, a recommendation, a motion is to file.
Motion. Motion.
Any discussion? Hearing none, let's open the vote on the motion to file.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Mr. Bond, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Westmoreland?
In favor.
Ms. Winslow?
In favor.
Ms. Boone?
Yes.
Ms. Overstreet?
Affirmative.
All votes are cast.
vote is now closed. Populating vote. Populating vote. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It is filed. Next item.
Thank you, Madam President. Item 20-0-1697, a substitute ordinance by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee to amend Chapter 30, Article, I don't know the article, you get the numeric numbers, of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinance, vending in the public right-of-way, public property vending, in order to remove kiosks from the public property vending program to provide for preferential consideration for legacy kiosk vendors in the anticipated upcoming request for proposals concerning the future use of the kiosk and for other purposes. Madam Chair, Madam President, I have been in conversation with Commissioner King on between Friday and today. And a part of the recommendation came forth with favorable on substitute with one extension from Mr. Bond. This is Mr. Bond's paper, and his proposal was, his issue was in terms of the number of points we're giving to legacy vendors, and he wanted more. Right now it's at 25 points for legacy vendors for 3 years. Mr. Kingdom, after much discussion, and went back to their department, and they have found that they can actually bring that up to 40 points as opposed to 25. So I've talked to Mr. Bond this morning to let him know he's in support of that. So the recommendation, I'm going to ask to move forward with an amendment to change the legislation from 25 points to 40 points. Mr. Bond, is there anything? Yeah, I'm sorry, let me shut up, Madam President.
No, I was just going to ask if that is an amendment, if you read that amendment and get a second and we can discuss it.
So, Ms. Lindo has actually sent the amendment to me. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. The bottom line of the amendment is to actually just, in terms of what the points are, is to change the points from 25, changing the points from 25 to 50. It's just actually, that's the only thing in this amendment.
I thought you said 40.
I'm sorry, 25 to 40, I'm sorry.
Okay, so there's a motion to amend to change the points from 25 to 40. Is there a second?
Mr. Bond?
Yeah. Second, Winslow.
Okay, second by Bond. Second by Bond, motion by Shepherd to amend the paper by changing the points from 25 to 40. Any discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, let's open the vote on the amendment by Shepherd and second by Bond to change the points from 25 to 40 for legacy vendors.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Overstreet, how do you vote?
Affirmative.
Ms. Boone?
Yes.
Ms. Winslow?
In favor.
All votes are cast on the amendment.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes. Yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The amendment is adopted. Now we'll entertain a motion on the paper as amended.
Motion to approve.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Bond, motion by Shepherd to adopt as amended. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Overstreet, how do you vote?
Affirmative.
Ms. Boone?
Yes.
Ms. Winslow?
Yes.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Populating vote. Yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It is adopted.
All right, Madam Chair, and I want to thank Commissioner King's office for them coming up with the extra points. I appreciate that. The only other thing I have, Madam Chair, is I heard a lot today in public comment on the closing of the jail, ACDC. So just want to let everybody know that there will be a workshop on this Thursday, January the 21st at 1 p.m. on the beginning discussion of closing the jail. So I'm hoping we'll send information out to the public, but there will be a workshop. I'm asking my colleagues to please mark their calendar to attend January 21st at 1 o'clock p.m. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So now we move on to our next committee, which is our zoning committee. The Honorable Amir Faruqi, Chair.
Thank you, Madam President. I have 5 items to read in. They're all seeking to refer to ZRB and the zoning committee, so I will read them as a block, barring any objection from our council staff. If you want to follow along in the council meeting packet, you can turn to page 35. First item, 21-00033, Z-20-79, 355 Auburn Avenue, 21, 25, 33, and 35 Hilliard Street, and 18 William Holmes Borders Drive. The application is to rezone from HC-20C SA3 to HC-20C SA4. The action to refer to ZRB and Zoning Committee. The second item is 21-00034, zoning case number Z-20-83, 1 Emma Lane. The application is to rezone from R3 to PDH, refer to ZRB and Zoning Committee. Item number 3, 21-00035, zoning case number Z-20-84, 480 South Evelyn Place, rear. The application is to rezone from R4A, single-family residential, to RG2, residential general sector 2. The action is to refer to ZRB and Zoning Committee. Item number 4, 21-0-0036, zoning case number Z-20-85. Locations 565 and 569 Hopkins Street and 1313 and 1319 Ralph D. Abernathy Boulevard. The application is to rezone from R4, single-family residential, and MRC 1-C, mixed residential commercial conditional, to MRC1, mixed residential commercial. Again, the action for this one will also be referred to ZRB and Zoning Committee. And finally, item number 5, 20-0-0037, zoning case number U-20-18. The location is 3714 Roswell Road, and the application is for a special use permit for outdoor dining at an eating and drinking establishment located within the 1,000 feet of property that is zoned R1 to R5, or that is used as a residential property. And again, the action here, as well as the other previous 4, is to refer to ZRB and Zoning Committee, and I move to do so.
Okay, there's a motion to refer all these items on first read to back to Zoning Committee, correct?
Correct, yeah, ZRB and Zoning Committee. Yep.
ZRB and Zoning Committee, and if there's no objection on unanimous consent, we will follow that course. Hearing no objections, they are referred to ZRB and Zoning.
Thank you, Madam President. On behalf of zoning.
Wonderful, thank you. So now we move to Transportation Committee, the Honorable Andre Dickens, Chair.
Yes, we don't have a report, but we have one item that I pulled off of the consent agenda, and that was item number 13 on page 7. Page 7, item 13, 20-0-1791. It is an ordinance by Transportation Committee amending the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, Chapter 22, Aviation, Article 3, to provide for Section 22-73, hours of operation and for other purposes. I'd like to, I'm going to make a motion to hold it in the breast of council. I think that while it was favorable, unanimous, it came out of our committee unanimous. Most council members were just like myself. We were all members of the committee last year when we worked on how to make sure we helped our unsheltered population that started to go to the airport during the start of the pandemic. And together we, along with the airport and the administration and MARTA, all came up with sort of a plan, and Partners for Home and Hope Atlanta, all were, just rolled up our sleeves to get, help and support in the right way for it not to be, the airport to, for us to have social distancing and all these other things take place. Individuals had to be taken care of by our continuum of care that happens at all the myriad of places, whether that's Gateway, the Mission, and the warming shelters that we have. So I think most council members were under the impression that everything was pretty much the same as last year. And there are just a few things that are different. Some elements on the ground related to our continuum of care are slightly different. So in order for us to make sure that our unsheltered population is getting what they need in terms of not just, hey, you're going down to the airport on the last train and we're going to send you back. It's where they're going to be sent back to and what type of care will they have. What are the steps? I know that a lot of people are working hard, but it was unsettling to know that everything wasn't exactly the same. So the airport general manager still, from our previous policy, still has the capacity to set the operating hours. That exists. So this policy, we need to review it again, and we also just need to talk further about what provisions and support and care we're providing to the unsheltered population through our network of providers, which include all those I mentioned before. So I'm making a motion to hold this in the breast of council and ask for your support in doing that.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Table. Second by Bond. Motion by Dickens to table or hold in the breast of council. There's no discussion on this. Let's open the vote on the motion to hold in the breast of council.
The vote is open.
Someone needs to mute. Ms. Overstreet, how do you vote?
Affirmative.
Ms. Boone?
Yes.
Ms. Winslow?
In favor.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote.
15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It is tabled.
Okay.
Anything else, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, just on that, council members, if you have any thoughts, suggestions, those that are on the committee and those that are not on the committee related to just, what's going on with our unsheltered population, particularly in January and February, please share those with me as we get prepared while this is in the breast of council. We can meet again on it. And that concludes the report of the Transportation Committee.
All right, thank you. We now move to, Finance Executive Committee. The Honorable Jennifer I. Chair.
Thank you, Madam President. My report begins on page 41. I have 3 items. The first, item 1 is 20-0017, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea L. Boone as amended by Finance Executive Committee authorizing the mayor or her designee in accordance with Section 2-1163C, Article 10, Procurement and Real Estate Code of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to ratify agreement FC 8171 Yard Debris Processing and Diversion Program with Tag Grinding Services, Inc. on behalf of the Department of Public Works and extend the term on a month-to-month basis for a period not to exceed 3 months, retroactively beginning January 6, 2021 through April 5, 2021, in an amount not to exceed $500,000, all contracted work to be charged to and paid from the fund, department, organization, and account numbers listed herein and for other purposes. And this was favorable in committee as amended with 6 yeas and 1 abstention.
Okay, the motion is to approve. Motion is to adopt. Any discussion? There's no need for a second in coming out of the committee, but thank you, Mr. Brown. Mr. Hillis?
Thank you, President Moore. So I just wanted to speak about this. Some council members may remember spoke with them pretty thoroughly about this issue. This location is in District 9 on Jackson Parkway. I spoke with them back in September when we also had in front of us the previous extension, which passed. So it seems we're doing extension after extension. And I've asked the law department to ensure during our executive session today that all council members are briefed on
Are you there, Mr. Hillis? We're losing you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. You just said you asked for the executive session. Go ahead.
Yeah.
We just lost you again, Mr. Hillis. Okay, Mr. Hillis, for some reason we're not able to hear you. So let's do the vote and then come back and he can finish speaking. Let's open the vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Overstreet, how do you vote?
Affirmative.
Ms. Boone?
Yes.
Ms. Winslow?
In favor.
Mr. Bond?
Aye.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes. Populating votes. Yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It is adopted. Mr. Hillis, are you hooked back up with us?
As the commercial goes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
So I was just saying that I asked the law department to brief the council today on the previous threats of litigation and their opinion on those matters that concern this facility. I have been working with the administration on short-term improvements to this facility, as well as long-term improvements such as relocation of the facility. So I look forward to those discussions. We're having some meetings this week, but this may be the last time that I vote in favor of legislation that authorizes this activity to take place at this location. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shook.
Yeah, thank you. I actually voted nay, but somehow was recorded as a yay.
So would you like your vote? I did see you as no, and then I thought you may have changed your vote. So, Mr. Clerk, could you indicate that Mr. Shook was a nay and restate the results?
Thank you. Duly noted. That would be 14 yeas, 1 nay.
14 yeas, 1 nay. It is adopted. Thank you, Mr. Shook.
All right, we ready to move on to the next item?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Item number 2 is 21-0018, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea L. Boone as substituted by City Utilities Committee authorizing the mayor or designee to enter into amendment number 10 for FC 5035A annual contract for the disposal of municipal solid waste services with Georgia Waste Systems, Inc., doing business as Waste Management of Atlanta on behalf of the Department of Public Works and the Department of Watershed Management to extend the term of the agreement on a month-to-month basis for a period of up to 2 months beginning January 1st, 2021 through February 28th, 2021, an amount not to exceed $1,089,891.00 to authorize a payment rate of $41.00 per ton for municipal solid waste and construction and demolition debris disposal in accordance with Section 2-1163 C of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances. All contracted work to be charged to and paid from Fund Department Organization account number, Liz, if you're in, favorable as amended in committee with 6 yeas and 1 abstention, and the motion is to adopt.
Motion is to adopt. Any discussion? All right. Hearing none, let's open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
All right, Ms. Overstreet, how do you vote?
Affirmative.
Ms. Boone?
Yes.
Ms. Winslow?
In favor.
Mr. Bond?
Aye.
All votes are passed.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes. Thirteen yeas, 2 nays.
13 yeas, 2 nays. It is adopted. Next item.
All right. Item number 3, there is a substitute that has been distributed that should be in your packet. And the substitute caption reads 21-0024, an ordinance by Councilmembers Joyce M. Shepherd, Carla Smith, Marcy Collier Overstreet, Andrea L. Boone, and Cleta Winslow as substituted by the Atlanta City Council. An ordinance to transfer $50,000.00 from the District 12 Consulting Professional Services account participatory budget pilot program funds to transfer $50,000.00 from the District 1 Consulting Professional Services account participatory budget pilot program funds to transfer $50,000.00 from the District 11 Consulting Professional Services account participatory budget pilot program funds to transfer $25,000 $1,000.00 from the District 4 Consulting Professional Services Account Participatory Budget Pilot Program funds for a total of $175,000 to the Atlanta Police Foundation to purchase security cameras within their respective districts and for other purposes. I will make a motion to bring forward the substitute first.
Okay, motion to bring forth the substitute. Is there a second?
Shook seconds.
Second by Shook. Motion by I to bring forth the substitute. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's open the vote on bringing forth the substitute.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Mr. Bond, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Westmoreland?
In favor. Apologies.
Ms. Winslow?
In favor.
Ms. Boone?
Yes.
Ms. Overstreet?
Affirmative.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes. Fifteen yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It is adopted. The substitute is before us. Please mute if you're not on. Please mute. Okay. Please mute, please. Go ahead, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So this item had been favorable on condition and committee. What the substitute did was add the funding account. So I will make a motion to adopt on substitute.
Motion to adopt on substitute. Who was that seconder?
Shook.
Okay. Second by Shook. Motion by I to adopt. Let's open the vote if there's no discussion.
The vote is open.
20 for housing, right?
Ms. Winslow, please mute your phone.
Yeah, you can put me down. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks. Okay. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Overstreet, how do you vote?
Affirmative.
Ms. Boone?
Yes.
Mr. Hillis? Ms. Winslow?
In favor.
Mr. Bond?
Aye.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes. Yeas, 1 nay.
14 yeas, 1 nay. It is adopted. Mr. Faroki.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to explain my nay vote. I just wanted to express my reservation with the nay vote because these funds were intended to be used by each council member for a participatory budgeting exercise with their residents. I don't think that's occurred with these. Of course, there's no legal requirement that they be used as such. That was the intent of the $50,000 that each district council member received 2 budgets ago to experiment with it so that maybe one day we can do something citywide with participatory budgeting. So that's the extent of my nay vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Shepherd.
Well, let me just give clarity. Again, this is a resolution with recommendations. And so, Mr. Faroki, we've talked about it, all the council members involved. We've talked about this. This will go out to every neighborhood. This is not just an arbitrary vote. This is what we're going to do. Each council member with the police department will be going out and making recommendations. we'll be explaining to them what the participatory budget is. But I would tell you in my district, one of the biggest things I go to every neighborhood meeting, guess what every neighborhood wants? Cameras. And so one of these things we're talking about in terms of this is cameras. So it depends on what your neighborhood is. And so this is our recommendation. We just saw this as a solution to possibly getting some cameras, even though it's chump change, it's not enough money. I'm hoping that as we interact with the mayor, with her rollout for One Atlanta program, that we can maybe collaborate and put more cameras in. But in my district, one of the biggest things that as a matter of fact, I know what I'm going to have with this, and I'm having a meeting. I'm going to plan on having a meeting next week to talk about leaders in my community, every neighborhood about it. Is they're going to want to figure out how do we take this little money and divide it up to get cameras for where we need, which is why we have the police department involved. So this is a recommendation. This is not etched in stone. Just want to give clarity to you on that. In terms of, we understand the participatory budget. This is just actually rolling it out and recommending that and see where the community folks go. So community people will be involved with this process. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Overstreet.
Yes, I also want to weigh in on what participatory budgeting means to District 11. Right now, we are receiving nothing but calls about crime and public safety. And so I just forwarded you the participatory public meeting that I will be having with all MPU chairs, and it's going to be public to all of my districts so that they can weigh in on my recommendations. I fully understand what participatory budgeting means, and I'm very clear that $50,000 will only purchase a very small amount of the amount of cameras that are needed in my communities and all of our communities. But we are looking to have buy-in from the community for this first start, as well as from APD, and they have agreed to come to the meeting that I'm having. I actually didn't realize that today was our council meeting, so I had to change that date that you will see on the flyer from the 19th to the 26th. So I'm aware of what participatory means, and we are actively approaching it in that way. Thank you.
Mr. Faroki. And please mute your phone if you're not talking. Go ahead, Mr. Faroki.
Appreciate my colleagues' comments and reflections. Suffice to say, nothing that has been described as participatory budgeting, and I'm happy to be helpful if they want to engage in the exercise. Again, my main vote is simply to say this isn't PB. These are in your discretionary bucket. You can use them as you see fit. But I'm happy to talk more if there's interest offline about how to structure a PB program. At least we've done it in District 2 and in two different circumstances. If anyone's interested, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, if not, let's move to the next item. Madam Chair.
Sorry, on mute. That concludes my report.
Thank you so much. Now we will move to our last standing committee, which is Committee on Council. The Honorable J.P. Matsakite, Chair, but we do need to go into a Committee of the Whole, so I'll entertain that motion first.
So move. Matsakite.
Is there a second?
Second. Brown.
Second by Brown, motion by Matsakite to go into the Committee of the Whole. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's open the vote on entering the Committee of the Whole for the purpose of hearing Committee on Council.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Overstreet, how do you vote?
Affirmative.
Ms. Boone?
Yes.
Ms. Winslow?
In favor.
Mr. Bond?
Aye.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes.
15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. We are now in the committee as a whole.
Thank you, Madam President. The first order of business for the Committee on Council is to touch on our 2021 committee goals and objectives. If you have thoughts on those, please send them. I've received some, but please send them in, and we will look to review and approve those at our next meeting. Next item of business is public comment, and I believe there is one public comment that has been left for us. Damon, if you could please play that.
Greetings to you, members and staff of the City of Atlanta Committee on Council, and special greetings to you, citizens and voters of Atlanta who are watching and are listening to your government in action and taking note of the degree to which public comment and citizen participation are respected and acted upon. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. Among papers held in this committee is Resolution 20-R-3292, aimed at creating the Atlanta Commission on Men. Please ensure that this legislation is promulgated throughout the NPU system. It will be beneficial for the residents within Neighborhood Planning Unit R along Campbellton Road, Cascade Road, and adjoining neighborhoods. The Andrew and Walter Young Family YMCA will also benefit as it continues its expansion program. It would serve us well, in my estimation, if also this legislation was to be presented to the Atlanta Youth Commission and to that youth program operated by Fred K. Hope and Company. Be advised, however, that still lurking behind the scenes of the new NPUR administration is the NPUR-9, in person of Vice Chair Antonita Robinson, Corliss Clare, Ricardo Jacobs, Lynette L. Scott, Alfred White, Allison Hathaway, Sherry Williams, and the NPUR-9 cohorts and enablers who do not like to have anything added to the agenda that they have not fully endorsed.
All right, that concludes our public comment. Next item of business are communications. We have 4 communications which all were favorable at the committee of purview without objection. I'll go ahead and take those as a block. The first is 21C0001, a communication from Tanya Greer, County Clerk, to the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, submitting the appointment of Ms. Rutina Burton to the Atlanta Beltline Tax Allocation District Advisory Committee. This appointment is for a term of 2 years and was favorable by CDHS on the 12th of January. Next item is 21C002, a communication from Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, appointing Ms. Terry Lee to serve as a member of the Housing Commission. This appointment is for a term of 3 years and was favorable by CDHS on the 12th of January. Next item is 21C0003, a communication from Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, appointing Councilmember Cleta Winslow to serve as a member of the Atlanta Sister Cities Commission on behalf of the City of Atlanta. This appointment is for a term of 3 years and was favorable by FEC on the 13th of January. And finally, 21C0009, a communication from Council members Madeline Archibong, District 5, Jennifer I, District 6, Howard Shook, District 7, JP Matzekite, District 8, Matt Westmoreland, Post 2 at large, reappointing Mr. Andrew Schenenberger to serve as a member of the Housing Commission. The appointment is for a term of 2 years to begin retroactively on March 5th, 2020 and expire March 4th, 2022. This was favorable by CDHS on the 12th of January. And the motion is to approve.
Okay, motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second, Brown.
Second by Brown. Motion by Matzekite to approve. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's open the vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
And I will hold on 1 second. I'll call for the vote. I just need to check with the parliamentarian. Hold on 1 second. All right, Ms. Overstreet, how do you vote?
Affirmative.
Ms. Boone?
Yes.
Ms. Winslow?
In favor.
Mr. Bond?
Aye.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Populating vote. Yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. They are confirmed.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for all those appointees' willingness to serve. Next item is dual referred item 21R3001, a resolution by Councilmember J.P. Matzekite to appoint Council members Madeline Mosby Archibald and Marcy Collier Overstreet to fill 2 of the 3 member seats of the Atlanta City Council to serve as Atlanta City Council representatives on the City of Atlanta Defined Benefits Pension Plan Investment Board for a term of 1 year to begin on the date of approval of this resolution and for other purposes. And this was favorable by Finance Exec Committee on the 13th of January, and the motion is to approve.
Okay, the motion is to adopt, and second by Brown, motion by Matzekite. And before I call that vote, I just want for the record, Ms. Overstreet, you did vote in an affirmative on that last block of votes?
Yes, affirmative for me. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, thank you. All right, let's open the vote.
Please vote. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Overstreet, how do you vote?
Affirmative.
Ms. Boone?
Yes.
Ms. Winslow?
In favor.
Mr. Bond?
Aye.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It is adopted.
All right, thank you. There is one item, which is item 9 in the held section, which we need to take up. and that is 21R3000. There is an amendment that was included in the packet, and that was sent to you. It did not change the caption, but rather it did include a new 6th whereas clause, which included...
Okay, hold on. Before you get to the amendment, could you make a motion to bring it off of held, please?
Certainly, I'll make a motion to bring it off of held.
Is there a second? Second by Brown, motion by Massacite to bring it off of held on unanimous consent of members present. If there's no objection, it is off of held. Hearing no objections, it is before us. If you could read the caption.
Certainly, Madam President. It's 21R3000. It's a resolution by Committee on Council to regulate, provide for the calling of the general election and to call the general election for the City of Atlanta to be held on Tuesday, November 2nd, 2021, to elect the mayor, City Council President, City Council members, and Board of Education members, and to retain municipal court judges, to conduct a runoff election, if necessary, to be held on Tuesday, November 30th, 2021, to set the location, dates, and times for candidate qualifying, to establish qualifying fees, to establish qualifying as a pauper, and for other purposes. And this paper does include in the information that was submitted to you the salaries for the offices and the qualifying fees in Section 3.
Okay, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, there's a motion to approve. There's a second by Mr. Brown. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, let's open the vote.
Please hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Okay, Ms. Overstreet, how do you vote?
Affirmative.
Ms. Boone?
Yes.
Ms. Winslow?
Yes. In favor.
Mr. Westmoreland?
Yes.
Mr. Westmoreland?
Yes.
Mr. Bond?
Aye.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote.
Please mute your phone. Please mute your phone.
15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It's adopted. Or it's, yes, it's before us, I think is what we were doing, right? Or did we already do that?
No, we already did that. Yeah, we already did that, and it is adopted.
So it's adopted. Thank you so much. Any other items?
That's it, Madam President. That concludes the committee's business.
All right. So now, hold on, please. Okay, I knew it. I got a little ahead of myself, but I was a little behind. So we just voted on the amendment, Mr. Chair. So now we need to have a motion to adopt as amended.
Apologies, Madam President. I'll make a motion to approve as amended.
Okay, motion to adopt as amended, second by Brown. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's open the vote on the motion to adopt.
Please hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Okay, let's see here. Ms. Overstreet, how do you vote?
Affirmative.
Ms. Boone?
Yes.
Ms. Winslow?
In favor.
Mr. Westmoreland?
Yes.
Mr. Bond?
Aye.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Fifteen yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It is adopted with the amendment. Now we can move on.
Very good. Thank you, Madam President. That concludes our business now.
All right. Now entertain a motion to exit the committee of the whole.
So moved, Mathekite.
I need a second.
Second, Overstreet.
Motion by Mathekite, second by Overstreet to exit the committee of the whole. There's no discussion. Let's open the vote on exiting the committee of the whole.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Boone, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Winslow?
In favor.
Mr. Westmoreland?
In favor.
Mr. Bond?
Aye.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. We have exited the committee of the whole. We're back in regular session. I will entertain a motion to adopt in gross all actions taken in the committee of the whole.
So moved, Mathekite.
Overstreet, second.
Motion by Mathekite, second by Overstreet to adopt all actions taken in gross in the committee of the whole. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's open the vote on adopting in gross all actions taken in the committee of the whole.
The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Boone, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Westmoreland?
In favor.
Mr. Bond?
Aye.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Tabulating votes. Fifteen yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. All actions taken in the committee of the whole have been adopted in gross. So now we move to the next section, which are personal papers for immediate consideration. I have one by Mr. Dickens.
Yes, this is Helms ID 23282. Council members, this is a resolution regarding hate language and hate across the United States and hate in any society. So a number of you have asked to sign on. I sent an email during council meeting so that you can sign on, but I would imagine more will want to sign on. So I'll read off the names of those who I know have signed on already. So it's a resolution.
If you could, Mr. Dickens, before you start, any member who would like to sign on, if you're on the system, please indicate with your speaker button, and then those that are not on the system, Mr. Dickens can ask you for your names afterwards, and then we'll, before we vote on it. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Dickens.
Yep, okay. So far I have this, I'm going to read them all. A resolution by council members Andre Dickens, Jennifer Ives, Amir Faroki, Carla Smith, Matt Westmoreland. We also have Madeline Archibong, Carla Smith, J.P. Mazakite, Antonio Brown, Dustin Hillis, and I'm sure more will come. So that's what we have thus far. And this is a resolution. It's pretty long, so take a break. A resolution condemning hate and extremism and affirming the City of Atlanta's ongoing commitment to cultivating an inclusive, safe, and just society and culture that values the diversity of the city's community, works to ensure equitable opportunities in all major facets of society, and celebrates both individuality and commonality. Whereas the City of Atlanta is committed to defending democratic institutions, the integrity of our elections, and the security of people and facilities that carry out the democratic process. And whereas the City of Atlanta is committed to ending the spread of hate, bigotry, and harassment based on race, color, religion, national origin, ethnicity, sex, gender identity and expression, sexual orientation, disability, and any other protected characteristics as defined by law. And whereas the City of Atlanta wishes to affirm its commitment to the well-being and safety of all of its community members and ensure that they will be protected and their rights respected. And whereas the City of Atlanta wishes to affirm its commitment to cultivating an inclusive community, including within the City of Atlanta operations and institutions, and whereas the diversity of the City of Atlanta's community is beneficial to all within it, it makes us stronger and more resilient, and whereas each of the City of Atlanta's elected leaders has the ability and obligation to promote inclusiveness, celebrate diversity, work to ensure equitable opportunities in all facets of society, prevent the spread of misinformation and disinformation, and reject hate and bias in all forms, and should set a positive example of their constituents in this regard. And whereas the January 6, 2021 domestic terrorism incident at our nation's capital does not reflect the values of the City of Atlanta, and whereas the Anti-Defamation League report on murder and extremism in the United States in 2019 found that domestic extremists killed at least 42 people in the United States in 17 separate incidents in 2019, making 2019 the sixth deadliest year on record and domestic extremist-related killings since 1970. And whereas the Anti-Defamation League report found that the extremist-related murders of that year were overwhelmingly 90% linked to right-wing extremists, with all but one of the incidents tied to right-wing extremists, and 81% of extremist-related murders in 2019 committed by white supremacists specifically. And whereas disinformation, misinformation, and online conspiracy theories such as QAnon are spreading and inspiring real-world violence, and whereas the rioters from the January 6, 2021 incident were urged to violence action in the weeks and hours before the storming of the Capitol by prominent figures who have continuously endorsed and disseminated falsehoods, hateful rhetoric, conspiracy theories, and disinformation in the effort to cast doubt and to overturn the free and fair election of President-elect Joe Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. And whereas the city of Atlanta is known as the cradle of the civil rights movement, and no right is more fundamental than the right to vote, to elect our leaders democratically, and whereas Atlanta is known as the city too busy to hate and believes no tolerance should be given to insurrectionists and the hatred and lies that motivate them, including xenophobia, white supremacy, white nationalism, extremism, and racism. And whereas the city of Atlanta supports the peaceful exercise of free speech, free assembly, and freedom to worship safely for all people, now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Atlanta that the City of Atlanta affirms its ongoing commitment to cultivating an inclusive, safe, and just society and culture, including within the City of Atlanta operations and institutions, that values the diversity of our community, works to ensure equitable opportunities in all major facets of society, and celebrates both our individuality and commonality. Be it further resolved that the City of Atlanta denounces the following: 1, the January 6, 2021 domestic terrorism incident at our nation's capital. 2, anti-government extremism, white supremacy, racism, anti-Semitism, misogyny, Islamophobia, anti-LGBTQ plus, hate, ableism, and all hateful speech and bias-motivated violent actions in our community. 3, extremist conspiracy theories, misinformation, and disinformation that cultivate an alienated and mistrustful electorate, undermine democratic institutions and processes, and increase the likelihood of violence. 4, attempts to exploit governmental procedure and basic governmental functions for personal political gain. Be it further resolved that the City of Atlanta commits to the following: 1, fostering an environment within the City of Atlanta operations and institutions that does not tolerate anti-government extremists, white supremacists, racist, anti-Semitic, misogynistic, Islamophobic, anti-LGBTQ plus, ableist, and other hateful speech and actions. 2, countering hate and extremism by offering an ongoing public lecture series on anti-bias and anti-racist strategies, countering hate and extremism through engagement with community leaders, government transparency, and public information sharing regarding efforts to fight extremism and the investigation and prosecution of those who commit criminal acts consistent with civil liberty protections. Be it further resolved that the City of Atlanta urges residents to join us by adopting these values in their own lives, calling attention to these harms and denouncing hate and extremism to help keep us all safe. Be it finally resolved that all resolutions in conflict herewith are hereby waived to the extent of the conflict. And that is the conclusion of this resolution. Thank you to Mr. Faroki for his and the staff here for helping to write and coordinate this. My motion is to approve.
Wait a minute, before you make that a motion, would you add Ms. Overstreet and Ms. Shepard? Is there anyone else that would like to be added that is not already included? Ms. Boone?
Mr. Bond?
Anyone else? Mr. Bond?
No. Okay.
Yes, we hear you. Winslow, Boone, Bond, Winslow, Overstreet, and Shepard. Anyone else? Okay, so let me make sure I have this right. We're adding Winslow, Boone, Bond, Overstreet, and Shepard. Anyone else? Okay, you can move forward.
Do you want to read the rest of the names just to be sure? Do you want to?
I think they heard you, but you can read the rest of them just to be sure.
Faroki, Smith, Westmoreland, Archibald, Hillis, Mazikite. Let me see, I missed one. Did I say Hillis? Did I say Mazikite? Did I say Archibald? Oh, Brown and Smith.
Okay, those are all the names. Now we'll take the motion.
Motion is to adopt.
Motion is to adopt. Is there a second?
Second, Hillis.
Second by Hillis. Motion by Dickens. Any discussion? If not, let's open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Okay, Ms. Overstreet, how do you vote?
Affirmative, affirmative.
Ms. Boone?
Yes.
Ms. Winslow?
In favor.
Mr. Westmoreland?
Aye.
Mr. Bond?
Aye.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes. Fifteen yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It's adopted. Are there any other items for immediate consideration? Okay, we will now go for items for referral. I'm going to start with the list of personal papers from members and then go to the other list that are landscape ones from the administration. So I'm going to go in this order, so please be ready with your papers. Mr. Bond, followed by Mr. Hillis, Ms. Ide, Mr. Shook, Mr. Westmoreland. Then on the other list, it will be Ms. Overstreet, Ms. Smith, Mr. Massakite. Hold on one second so I get to the other page. Mr. Hillis, you can read all of yours at once. Then Ms. Boone, and that should be it. And then we'll take any others if I've missed anyone. So we'll start with you, Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Madam President. Starting off with Helms number ID 23286. An ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, an ordinance requesting the Department of Parks and Recreation to provide maintenance for the clay courts at the Bitsy Grant Tennis Center in an amount not to exceed $40,000 and 0 cents and for other purposes.
Okay, 23286 to CDHS Committee.
All right, next is a resolution by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, a resolution to establish the City of Atlanta Alcohol Technical Advisory Group 3, ATAG 3, for the purpose of making recommendations to implement the ATAG 2 report and additional recommendations for changes to the City of Atlanta's alcohol beverage licensing process and the enforcement of those laws pertaining to licensing, sale, and regulation of alcoholic beverages in the City of Atlanta as a result of its review for ATAG 3 to provide recommendations to the Mayor and City Council within 6 months of its first meeting and for other purposes.
That's 23300 to Public Safety Legal Administration Committee.
Okay. Next is an ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, Matt Westmoreland, and Dustin Hillis, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or her designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta City to abandon a portion of Capitol Square Southwest located in land lot 77 of the 14th District of Fulton County, Georgia, directing the mayor or her designee to execute a quitclaim deed of the abandonment to the state of Georgia, waiving sections of 138-9 and 2-1578 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances and for the purposes. Helms number 23298.
23298 to Transportation Committee.
And this is ELMS number 23299. An ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julius Bond, an ordinance to amend Chapter 2, Administration Article 10, Procurement and Real Estate Code, Division, Intergovernmental Relations, Section 2-1604, Cooperative Use of Supplies and Services, to authorize the use of piggyback contract and for other purposes.
23299 to Finance Executive Committee.
That concludes my papers for referral, Madam President.
Thank you. Mr. Hillis.
Thank you, Madam President. Just making sure that you can hear me this time around.
I can hear you.
All right. First is an ordinance by Council Members Dustin Hillis, Carla Smith, Joyce Shepard, Michael Julian Bond, Cleta Winslow, and Matt Westmoreland to create this Beltline Special Services District, designating the boundaries of such district, providing the definitions, providing for report to City Council and for other purposes. And the ELMS is 23288.
Hold on 1 second. 23288 to PDHS.
Okay. Second one is an ordinance by Council Members Dustin Hillis, Carla Smith, George Shepard, Michael Julian Bond, Cleta Winslow, and Matt Westmoreland to amend Section 146-26 of the Code of Ordinance of the City of Atlanta so as to provide for an ad valorem tax levy on property located within the Beltline Special Services District and for other purposes. And the ELMS is 23292.
23292. That would be Finance Executive Committee.
Third paper is an ordinance by Council Members Dustin Hillis, Carla Smith, George Shepard, Michael Julian Bond, Cleta Winslow, and Matt Westmoreland to request the establishment by the Atlanta Development Authority of the City of Atlanta of a master program for financing or refinancing the acquisition, development, construction, equipping, and installation of the Beltline Trail completion project through the authorization by the authority of its Master Drawdown Special Services District tax revenue bond and the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $100 million to authorize the execution, delivery, and performance of an intergovernmental agreement with the Atlanta Development Authority of the City of Atlanta to authorize acknowledgement of services and filing of an answer on behalf of the city and validation proceedings to be brought in validating the Master Drawdown Special Services District tax revenue bond and the security therefore and for other related purposes. ELMS 23287.
23287 to CDHS and Finance Executive Committee.
And my final paper, an ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis, authorizing the mayor or her designee to make the intersections of Perry Boulevard Northwest and Habershaw Drive Northwest, Perry Boulevard Northwest and West Highland Drive Northwest, Perry Boulevard Northwest and Sanford Drive Northwest, Perry Boulevard Northwest and Drew Drive Northwest, and Perry Boulevard Northwest and McCallie Boulevard Northwest in the West Highlands neighborhood, all way stop controlled intersections, to authorize the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersections and for other purposes. ELMS 23304.
23304 to Transportation Committee.
And that concludes my papers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. I.
Yes, ELMS 23295, an ordinance by Councilmember Jennifer and I, an ordinance to amend Ordinance 20-1490, adopted by the Atlanta City Council on August 3rd, 2020, to change the donation recipient name to the Virginia Highlands Civic Association and for other purposes.
Okay, that's 23295 to Finance Executive Committee. Mr. Shook.
Yeah, thank you. This is a resolution requesting that the Chief Judge of the DeKalb County Superior Court and the Chief Judge of the Fulton County Superior Court share information with the City of Atlanta on how they have adapted court functions to resume operations with the COVID-19 challenges and for other purposes. And I do not know the ELMS number.
That is 23294, and that would go to Public Safety Legal Administration Committee.
Thank you. I have a second paper which has not yet reached my device, and so I'm hoping Ms. Kempson-Wright can read it in.
Okay. Can someone from staff read Mr. Shook's other paper? What I'll do, Mr. Shook, is I'll just come back and maybe you'll have it by then. Let me keep going.
Thank you. I'm at the disadvantage of being in a place with crappy coverage, which is my council office. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Westmoreland. Mr. Westmoreland.
Yeah, I'm over here talking to myself on mute. Apologies. My first is Elms number 23293. An ordinance by Councilmember Matt Westmoreland to amend Ordinance 20-0-1489, adopted by the Atlanta City Council on August 3rd, 2020, to change the donation recipient name to the Virginia Highlands Civic Association and for other purposes.
Okay, 23293 to Finance Executive Committee.
The next is an ordinance by Councilmember Matt Westmoreland authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $2,000 from the Post 2 at-large carry-forward account to the Grant Park Conservancy to support restoration and maintenance of the historic Grant Park and for other purposes, and that is Elms number 23290.
23290 to Finance Executive Committee.
And then the final one doesn't seem to have an Elms number, but it is.
Go ahead.
Okay. It's an ordinance by Councilmember Matt Westmoreland authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $1,000.00 from the Post 2 at-large carry-forward account to the Kirkwood Neighborhood Organization for the Kirkwood Cares Initiative and for other purposes.
23291 to Finance Executive Committee.
Thank you much.
All right. We'll now go to Ms. Overstreet.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me get them. Okay, it's first is an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Overstreet, an ordinance to amend Chapter 114, Personnel, Article 4, Civil Service, Division 6, Recruitment and Job Applications, Section 114 through 118, 189, Physical Examinations of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to repeal the requirement that prospective employees who are not applying for employment in safety-sensitive positions undergo a post-employment offer, physical examination, or a drug test. To authorize the Commissioner of the Department of Human Resources to establish administrative requirements for post-employment offer physical examination and drug testing applicable to persons seeking employment in positions designated as safety sensitive and for other related purposes. And that's Elms number 23284.
23284 to Finance Executive Committee.
Okay, the next one is an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, an ordinance to amend Chapter 10, Alcoholic Beverages, Article 2, Division 2, Subdivision 3, Section 10-106 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances so as to clarify the requirements for reporting sales at annual renewal, to amend Chapter 10, Article 2, Division 2, Subdivision 3, Section 10-109.1 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances so as to amend the mandatory penalties for due cause findings by the mayor with respect to existing licenses in order to address nuisance properties or activities thereon that are a threat to the public health, welfare, and safety, including those properties which may contribute to the commission of violent crime and for other purposes. That's Elms number 23303.
23303 to Public Safety Legal Administration Committee.
Okay. A resolution by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet A resolution authorizing the mayor or her designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to execute a memorandum of understanding with Atlanta Fire Rescue Department, a Georgia corporation, to lease facility at 5155 Clipper Drive, College Park, Georgia, for the Department Aviation, for a 5-year term and for other purposes. And this is ELMS number 23302.
23302, the Public Safety Legal Administration Committee.
Okay, last one. It's an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, an ordinance authorizing the reemployment of City of Atlanta retiree Sergeant Robert W. Bailey by the Mayor's Office of Emergency Preparedness for annual compensation not to exceed $92,185.00, retroactive to November 12, 2020, and pursuant to Section 3-505B of the Charter of the City of Atlanta and for other purposes. And that's ELMS number 23301.
23301 to Finance Executive Committee.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We now go to, let's see, Mr. Masakai.
No, you said me next.
I'm sorry. Well, go ahead, Ms. Smith.
Thank you. ELMS number 23305, an ordinance by Councilmember Carla Smith to ratify agreement listed COVID-19 Emergency Welcoming Atlanta Grocery Delivery Services with the Common Market Georgia, Inc., and to authorize the mayor or her designee to execute an amendment to the agreement to extend the term of the agreement for 1 year, retroactively beginning December 31st, 2020 through December 31st, 2021, and to add funds in an amount not to exceed $100,000.00 on behalf of the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs in accordance with sections listed, Procurement and Real Estate Code of the City of Atlanta, Code of Ordinances. All contracted work shall be charged to and paid from fund account and for other purposes.
Okay, 23306, I believe is the one you read.
I read 05. 06 is next.
Okay, 05, that goes to Finance Executive.
Thank you. And then I'm going to read 06 right now. ELMS 23306, an ordinance by Councilmember Carla Smith to ratify agreement listed COVID-19 Emergency Welcoming Atlanta Grocery Delivery Services with Concrete Jungle, Inc., and to authorize the mayor or her designee to execute an amendment to the agreement to extend the term of the agreement for 1 year, retroactively beginning December 31st, 2020 through December 31st, 2021, on behalf of the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs in accordance with section listed, Article 10, Procurement and Real Estate Code of the City of Atlanta, Code of Ordinances, all contracted work to be charged and paid to and from the fund and for other purposes.
So that's 23306 to Finance Executive Committee.
Thank you. That's both of them.
Yeah, forgive me for skipping you. I'm trying to manage about 3 or 4 pages.
I can't imagine what you're doing.
Okay. So now, Mr. Masakai.
All right. Thank you, Madam President. First is ELMS 23296, an ordinance by J.P. Matsakite to amend the Atlanta City Code Part 2, Chapter 158, to adopt a new tree protection ordinance for the City of Atlanta and for other purposes.
Okay, 23296 to CDHS.
Second is ELMS 23297, an ordinance by J.P. Matsakite to amend the 1982 Atlanta zoning ordinance as amended to amend section 16-26.003 entitled Conditions of Granting a Variance, and to create a new section 16-008 entitled Administrative Zoning Setback Variances for Preservation of Trees and for other purposes.
Okay, 23297 to ZRB and Zoning Committee.
Thank you, Madam President.
You're welcome. Ms. Boone?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. ELMS number 23285. A resolution authorizing the mayor or her designee to apply for and accept a grant from the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration to assist high-risk youth and families and promote resilience and equity in communities that have recently faced civil unrest in an amount not to exceed $1 million and 0 cents for up to 5 years and for other purposes.
Okay, 23285 to CDHS Committee.
Thank you, Madam President.
Mr. Shook, are you ready?
Well,
you may be muted. Okay.
Yeah. Where's staff with my paper?
Okay. Does anyone have 23289, the CDC crime prevention paper for Mr. Shook? If so, could you please read the caption? Okay. Let's do this. Let's go into the executive session, and the staff, if you can find that paper for Mr. Shook. When we return from executive session, we can introduce that and I will refer it. So I would also ask staff if they would please take everyone the secured phone number for executive session right now so that they will have it. And I will ask our city attorney to state why we are. Okay. I see it, but I need someone to read it in, please. Could someone get on the line and read in the caption for Mr. Shook? Mr. Clerk, they just put the caption for Mr. Shook's paper on Teams. Could you read it, please?
Certainly. A resolution by Councilmember Howard Shook, a resolution to accept an offer to establish a partnership with the Center for Disease Control, Division of Violence Prevention, to utilize its expertise and scientific approach as an additional resource to identify the cause and stem the rise of the violent crime in the city of Atlanta and for other purposes.
Okay, that's ELMS number 23289, and that goes to Public Safety Legal Administration Committee. Thank you, Mr. Shook. So now, if I could have the city attorney to please state why we're going in executive session, then we will entertain that motion.
The purpose for the executive session is to discuss ongoing as well as threatened litigation.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion to enter into executive session for said purpose.
So moved, Hills.
Second, Overstreet.
Motion by Hillis, second by Overstreet to enter into executive session. Any discussion? If not, let's open the vote on entering executive session.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Shepherd, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Bloom?
Yes.
Mr. Shook? Mr. Shook? Ms. Winslow?
In favor.
Mr. Westmoreland?
In favor.
Mr. Bond?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Shook, I'm trying to get you one more time. You may be muted. Okay, all votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes. Populating votes. yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. We are now exiting this meeting, going into executive session. Members, if you could enter executive session, hit your speaker button once you get into the secured line. For the members of the public, we are entering executive session. We will return to exit executive session, and then we will be adjourning the meeting. So we are now in executive session. will give members a moment to dial in. All right, Mr. Clerk, we're going to do a quick roll call before we vote this. Well, first we need to vote to come out of executive session. So because we'll be doing an adjourning roll call that won't be necessary. Just give a second for the public just to make sure all our members are in. All right, so I'll entertain a motion to exit executive session.
So moved, Hilla.
Is there a second? Second by Bond, motion by Hillis to exit executive session. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's open the vote on exiting executive session.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Okay, let's see here. We need Ms. Shepherd.
Yes, I'm present. Yes.
How do you vote?
Yes, yes.
Okay, Ms. Overstreet.
Affirmative.
Ms. Boone.
Yes.
Mr. Shook. Ms. Winslow.
In favor.
Mr. Westmoreland. Mr. Westmoreland. Okay, all votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. We have exited executive session. Now we are at general remarks. I would like to make a couple. One, I'd like to wish a happy belated birthday to Antonio Brown and our mayor, Keisha Lance Bottom. Happy birthday, belated.
Thank you so much, President.
Yay! You're welcome. Any other general remarks? Any other general remarks?
No, Madam President.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. I meant to do this earlier, but I was having trouble logging on. I was distracted. But today, President-elect Biden held I believe, a national moment of silence for those who had perished in COVID-19 in 2020. And I think it would be appropriate if we just took just a few seconds to do the same here locally. As many know, I lost a dear aunt of mine, Nancy Finney, and over the course of the year, I had friends who lost their parents. I had friends who lost relatives. I lost friends, Councilmember Boone and I lost a classmate just a month ago. And if we could just take a few moments to remember those who have passed to this dreaded virus, I would appreciate it.
Yes, and out of respect for that, because it is and still being a devastating virus, we're going to take, and I've got my timer, a full minute, as they did in D.C., Mr. Bond. And I'm sorry for your loss. So we will now begin a moment of silence, remembering those who have lost their life to COVID-19. Thank you. Is there anything else for the good of the order? If not, I'll entertain the adjourning roll call, please.
Yes. Today's meeting was held in accordance with OCGA 50-14-1, Georgia Open Meetings Law. The adjourning roll call. President Felicia Moore.
Present.
Council members Michael Julian Bond.
Here.
Matt Westmoreland. Andre Dickens.
Present.
Carla Smith.
Here.
Amir Faroki.
Here.
Antonio Brown.
Here.
Cleta Winslow.
Present.
Natalie Mosby Archibald.
Here.
Jennifer Ives.
Here.
Howard Shook. J.P. Matsakite.
Here.
Dustin Hillis.
Here.
Andrea L. Boone.
Present.
Marcy Collier Overstreet.
Present.
Joycelyn Shepherd.
Present.
I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Yes.
Okay, you all went at the same time. I couldn't tell who's making the motion.
So moved.
So move. Is that Mr. Bond?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is there a second?
Second, Hillis.
Second by Hillis, motion by Bond to adjourn. Without objection, on unanimous consent, we stand adjourned. Thank you very much. Have a good day.